Uzokhuluma futhi usangifonela the original okuzanoba nguphethe umshini wami.
Oh, okay.
Washo uzoba.
Futhi, when is our time? Where will the presentation be here?
Yes, they've been loaded already.
Yes.
Order, please. Can honorable members take their seats? Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier in absentia, who will be joining us later, is addressing SALCA meeting in Durban. Leader of government business, honorable members of the executive, Honorable Nkosi Mdunge, leader of the official opposition, esteemed members of the legislature, Mr. Masutu Mawepa, chairperson of the IEC, Mr. Sai Mamabolo, chief electoral officer of the IEC, Mrs. Masinga of the same organization, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I've forgotten to greet the Secretary of the Legislature and legislature staff. I know that most members are stuck in a road due to traffic congestion in N3, and they will be joining us. It is my honor to deliver these opening remarks as we convene for this significant engagement on potential implementation of electronic voting within our electoral framework. We are gathered here today not only to listen to the presentation by the Electoral Commission of South Africa, but to participate meaningfully in a national dialogue that will shape the future of democratic participation in our country. As KwaZulu-Natal legislature, we assert that elections must be indisputably free, fair, and credible. We must embrace innovation, yes, but responsibly and only when supported by robust systems and a well-informed electorate. The voices of ordinary citizens must guide this evolution, ensuring that the process remains rooted in democratic values. This session is of great importance as we seek clarity on how the IEC intends to approach the 2026 local government elections. Understanding the Commission's direction enables us as a public representatives to inform and educate our communities accordingly. Our engagement today should mark the beginning of a broader public awareness, not the end. With those few remarks, I now have the privilege of inviting the Honorable Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Ms. Nontembeko Boyce, to officially open this session. Thank you, Honorable Boyce.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip, the chair of the session, and my greetings to you, sir. Greetings to the Honorable Leader of Government Business, because I don't see the Premier next to you, and all MECs, the members of the Provincial Legislature of KwaZulu-Natal, the leadership of IEC, and the FFC that are with us. We were saying here, Chief Whip, that, oh, okay, laphaya kwa-IEC balethe zonke izikhulu zakhona eziphezulu. I am noting, and I'm also seeing a face that we haven't seen in a long time, this side of the house. Mrs. Masinga sihlala sinaye yena this side now, and there's a face that we used to know. No, you can stay where you are staying, sir. We are fine here. Honorable members and the guests that we have, firstly, we want to, in welcoming the Commission to the House, firstly, appreciate the work that they continuously do for the country. When you are speaking to the rest of your colleagues, both in the IPU and in the CPA, the commission that handles elections in South Africa always comes up, mentioned at the top, and the basis has always been of how professional the elections of South Africa being conducted, and also the feedback that is always gotten. Of course, when they say that, sometimes we might be tempted to say, but then we then remember that it has been about 3 parliamentary terms that the appropriation that we have been approving has been a bit shorter than the before in what the IEC has been putting forward as the needs. Now we then get consoled by the fact that the inefficiencies that are seen probably because of where you stand. Those who would understand how you have gotten to where you are, mostly as South Africans, they appreciate the work that you are doing. They appreciate how you are handling the results, the elections as a process that starts at the end of the starting or putting in place of government, because you start working for the next elections. We want to say, when we welcome you, we are welcoming you aware that whilst the national elections are one of your most difficult, the real test always lies in the ones that are coming next year. The local government elections, from our perspective in the legislative sector, are the most challenging for the Commission. But be that as it may, we acknowledge that over the years you have improved your ability to do things that conform to the now. The initiatives that you have taken have been seen and appreciated by the entire sector. When you are here today to take us through the reports that you are going to take us through, you are also empowering us to debate and discuss and lead our constituencies properly on the ensuing debate that is happening, especially in the reviewal of the electoral process in South Africa, including digitization. What are the lessons that you may have? What are the lessons that we have? And we put that together with facts, because the undisputed fact is that no elections in South Africa have been ever set aside. There has been no elections ever set aside. And many people envy us, including those who may have started to have independent commissions after us. But there is a reality of the challenges, especially where there is a digital divide in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. There is still a struggle and hurdles that need to be spoken to and understood, where you find that elections would be stopped because of technical issues. I always say that those shortcomings, of course, from far, they are for the Commission. But where I stand and where we stand as a sector, those are shortcomings of the product of your election. because governments, through parliaments and legislatures, have to enact legislations, policies, and have that implemented by the executive. The issue of the digital divide in terms of access is a regress. Of course, today you will own it. I will be watching and smiling as you own the digital issues. But I want to say it, honorable members, it belongs here. The fact that there is still areas that are not connected speaks something about oversight, how we service our own constituencies, and how government responds to the requests and aspirations of South Africans. But there are others that we need to speak to, especially when it comes to the professionalization. Not the politicization, the professionalization of election days in South Africa, especially in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. I did not vote in this province in 1994. I started voting in this province in 1996 in the local government elections. And at the time, there was no language that was speaking about digitization and e-elections, but the professionalization was at a high level when you compare it to what it is today, especially on electoral days. So as we speak as members, we will be speaking because of some of the things that we experience, that some of us will be learning from our side. But we are also expecting a feedback on how you feel we are not contributing to a family enabling environment for your own responsibilities to thrive. We're expecting to hear your feedback because this should be a two-way discussion where there are also responsibilities both sides. But again, I also want to tell you that we would be moving on in the House to start. So the influence is that benchmarking by the end of the year. Very soon we will be using electoral voting in the House. The system is advanced on our side. Yes, we have a small voters roll. You don't even have it in a VD, but it is a voters roll, and systems are systems. We have seen what happened with Namibia in their recent elections as they were moving fully towards the digital side and digital divide in the rural areas. We've taken lessons, but also do take lessons from us. We have taken lessons to other parliaments in Africa, not legislatures, not state legislatures or provincial legislatures, parliaments, national parliaments, on how they are using it. We know that yours is advanced because you've also looked in other countries. Probably, we will also take notes in that because we have a discussion. How do we convince the people of South Africa on that? It's not here. It's not going to be done here. But the work has to come from South Africans. We welcome you. We are going to have to discuss, but when we nakenditi zayitsho ngesixhosa xa ningayiva kakuhle nayibuza kuMr Mosri emnyango ndithi xa undigibisela ungavathi kakhulu kuba ndingizantsi othi kanti ndilingcwele. When you're throwing a stone at me, just because, I'm saying to all of us, just because you are on the top, don't be too hard. I might be left-handed. I know one animal that is left-handed, imfene. It throws a stone as hard when he is at the bottom as it does when it is on top. So throw as much as you would receive. To all of us, thank you. You are all welcome.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the welcoming remarks. Thank you very much. We'll move to the chairperson of the IEC, Masuta Mawepa, to make greetings. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kwala. May I just make an adjustment to the introduction? My name is Glenn Mashinini, a commissioner with the Electoral Commission and a former chair of the Electoral Commission. Our chairperson is currently, as the Honorable Kwala stated, is Mr. Msutu Miepia, who was supposed to lead the delegation, but due to other intervening factors, he sends his apology to the Honorable House. So mine is really to introduce the team. So may I take this opportunity to extend the greetings of the Commission to the Honorable Premier in his absentia, the executive members present here, all the leaders and representatives that are present and those who are listening online that are with us. We also extend our greetings to the Honorable Speaker of this legislature, who has thrown in Tsalelo in the opening remarks, and Boyce. I'd like also to extend our greetings to all the leaders of the represented political parties in the legislature and the leaders of the traditional institutions that are present here. And honorable members and honorable speaker, this indeed is my singular honor that I'm also introducing the delegation from the Electoral Commission. At the commission level, I'm also joined by Inkosi Nkantolo, Judge Pillay, who is here with us on the far right. And together with her is the members of our EXCO. Next to me is our CEO, Mr. Mamabulo. So, and then I will also indicate we are also joined by the Deputy Chief Electoral Officer, who is well known here in the province. He is the product of this province as the founder IEC Provincial Office, and our former Provincial Electoral Officer, Mr. Mawetu Mosri. And then we also have the honor of having the pioneer in terms of women leadership in the Electoral Commission. In fact, interestingly, the Commission has 9 provincial electoral officers, 5 of whom I think it's women. And Masinga, Tomfuti Masinga, is actually a product of the Electoral Commission. In the Commission, we pride ourselves as an institution in that we grow our own timber. You know, Madam Masinga is a product of the Electoral Commission from its inception and rose through the ranks. And with her is a very, very profound and strong repository of knowledge of the electoral management and execution. Together with her, she comes with from the back in the days when you say brand new from the box. There's a brand new from the box provincial manager, Dr. Dr. Zulu, who hails from Eshowe. And so he is now the provincial manager that has taken over. And it is his baptism to walk like Shayamthetho Sakwazulu. And also, the veteran of our communication in the province, who's with the provincial team, Mr. Taban Ngwira. And so that's the team uThimba esihamba nalo ukuthi lizovakasha and nokuzokwethula nje ingxoxo ezithize phakathi kwe-Electoral Commission of South Africa nathi. Kodwa ke nami ngithi kuseoljikayo nje lana Mphephetwa ngoba inselela uyibekile manje Madam Speaker with respect to certain things, and I thought then maybe I'll make brief reflections, as we know, incidentally, Mr. Mamabulo happens also to be a reverend, but as we know, Reverend Zondi, that enkonzweni ngeke kube khona imvuselelo. So I will take this opportunity in that spirit to respond to the speaker to say, let's look at the reflections of the context in which the Electoral Commission is operating, but also acknowledging something else. This is a new parliament since the last elections. So we often make assumptions that everybody is conversant with the role and the rules and how the Electoral Commission operates. Those who are fully aware will bear with me, but I think we want to take on board in that spirit that no, the Commission remains, committed to its constitutional responsibility and in discharging that role. And as a Commission, there's a very clear what you call role under the Constitution, which is the mission of the Commission to deliver free and fair and credible elections. Now, as we know that the journey of delivering the free and fair elections, as in Zulu say, if we don't deliver free and fair elections as a Commission, the representatives will not be legitimate. So the House and us are intertwined. It is critical and important that the Commission, when it discharges its role and its responsibility, it does that in partnership with all the stakeholders, yourselves as the legislature, and this is the journey that with us, we work with the speakers nationally and provincially, and we've had an excellent relationship in the province throughout the years in as far as that journey is concerned. So your legitimacy as elected representatives derives from how we conduct the election. So it is something that we actually guard it and discharge it to the best of our ability. That the Electoral Commission finally sigade sonke njengani njengezikhali zamantuli. So in the hurly-burly of the challenges and the contestation, of course, there would be what you call shouldering each other, or some even mistakes and errors. But the spirit that remains is that we owe it to ourselves as a country that we ensure that we continue the journey that we embarked on since 1994, which was to actually be a constitutional democracy. And in fact, the presence of everybody sitting here is a manifestation of that journey continues, and the world over respects South Africa for that particular role. But further, what is important, Madam Speaker, is that the rule of law is very much central in what then we do, as well as the accountability. We remain accountable to the elected representatives. We remain accountable to Parliament nationally, but that also extends to the province and to the municipalities. And as such, we continue to build the partnerships, as I've indicated earlier on, between ourselves and yourselves as the elected representative. As such, the undertakings and the measures of our continued discharge of our responsibility as a commission, we periodically take a turn to come and have an exchange with yourselves. And therefore, this is the context in which that we come. At the same time, also, we are not coming and saying we come here as a perfect institution. No, but we continue to strive for excellence. And so that's what we have committed ourselves as a commission and continue to do. But in the process, we also have and do now and again that we are encountering some challenges. Besides the presentations, the two presentations that will be made to us, one of the major challenges is us, together with yourselves as leaders, to continue to make sure that the conditions under which we conduct the elections are free and fair. I mean, I will take this house into confidence that not so long ago, I was in my hometown, almost I can say, Osizweni, in Newcastle, Ekaya. But the conduct of the leaders and the representative was very much alarming. And this is the concern that we as the commission, we are experiencing when we have the conduct of the elections. And interestingly, as I was coming through here, the Honorable Kwala was telling us with Mr. Mosare that he just traveled and he was in Belgium. He couldn't believe that there were elections. He couldn't see a poster, he couldn't see anything, but the elections were conducted and they were done. Now, we do have a challenge. Amatafula, it's a potential. And let us not be reactive. I'm appealing to yourselves, help us to proactively deal with the situation on the ground. I'm not saying there aren't any challenges, but we do have to work together in terms of that particular partnership, because we have a joint responsibility and a commitment that we have a legitimate outcomes and legitimate representatives. Without further ado, I would like now to hand over to yourself and to thank you all for having given me an ear. And on behalf of the Electoral Commission of South Africa, we are very much pleased that you've given us this platform and this opportunity to have this exchange with yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mashenen, for the introduction and remarks that you have made in response to the Speaker's opening remarks. Thank you very much. We move to Mr. Sai Mamabolo, CEO of the IEC, to make a presentation.
Thank you very much, Wabukwala, for the opportunity. Let me rest on the protocol that you established at the beginning of the session and pass my respects to the Speaker, yourselves as the Chief Whip, the Leader of the Opposition, Nkosi Uchiliza, and then all Uchiliza, sorry. But thank you very much. My respects to you, sir. I just want to preface the presentation in the following manner. That in 2024, the country experienced a competitive election that had never been seen before in the country. It was characterized by high levels of tension, characterized by a tendency, a proclivity to litigate. The Commission had to defend no less than 80 applications in the various courts. So you can see from there that the election was characterized by litigation. But we also have to complement the fact that the prevailing environment was fairly peaceful in comparison with previous iterations of elections. We introduced for the first time independent candidates, so that's part of the evolving electoral framework for the country. There was supercharged disinformation, especially in the week leading to election day. So I think it's a challenge that remains how we deal with the specter of disinformation and misinformation in the elections, because that shapes information integrity, and people are reliant on information integrity for the realization of a credible electoral process. It was not an election without difficulty for the Commission. There were difficulties, and we will reflect on two of those in the course of the presentation, and that is the issue of the leaderboard and the optimal functioning of voter management devices. We'll have a moment to reflect on that later on. But two things must be said at the outset: that the election itself met the constitutional standard of free and fair. It met the international standards of freeness and fairness, and that the result that the Commission declared is an authentic and legitimate expression of the will of South African voters. I will also reflect on the fact that our ICT environment was not hacked. There was no external penetration of our ICT environment. And I'll have an opportunity to refer you to the precautionary measures that the IEC had undertaken ahead of the election. Now, I just want to demonstrate to members the scale of the elections, just to give you a sense of the magnitude of and the operation we were involved with last year. Needless to say, there were 27.78 million people who are on the voters' roll, the highest there's ever been in our 30-year history as a constitutional democracy, of which 55% were female and 45 male. And over the 3 days, the 2 days preceding election day and as well as on election day, 16.2 million voters recorded their votes, resulting with a turnout of 58%. Again, women participating more at 58% than men did. I don't know if go voting stations, but yes. And then 1.1 million people voted via the special voting dispensation. In other words, people who said, I'm not available on Wednesday, I'll go to my station either on Monday or Tuesday. Or those that were in circumstances of confinement at homes, hospitals, and related institutions. 1.1 million of them voted, giving us 7% of the total voter turnout for the day. People abroad, just under 40,000 South Africans voted outside of the country. 1.1% special votes, and we had 23,292 voting stations across the board. Now, as you know, KZN has the most at 4,000 voting stations. There were 70 political parties who took part in the election. Of course, they did not contest all the ballots that were being contested, but there were 70 unique political parties who took part in this election, 11 independent candidates, and our average number of voters per voting station is 916. Since we started the process, let's say from about 1999, we've increased the number of voting stations by 59% since 1999. Precisely because we're trying to get people voting stations to closer to people where people live. Hence, you have this average from 2,000 average per voting station in 1999 to the current 916 average per voting station. There were 400 seats in the National Assembly that were being contested, 487 in the provincial legislatures cumulatively, KZN, as we all know, at 80. Now, all in all, there were 14,886 candidates who were vying for 887 seats. 14,000 candidates for 800 seats. We printed in a space of 3 weeks. We printed 90 million ballot papers. And you may say, why 90 million if you had 27 million people on the roll? It's because we had 3 different ballot papers. We had the national ballot, we had the regional ballot, and we also had the provincial ballot. And each ballot book was printed in multiples of 100. So even if there were 150 people registered at the station, you can't give them 150. You gave them 200 because of the fact that the books came in multiples of 100. So there's a rounding down figure, hence the 30 million per each ballot type. On the day of elections, we had 200,000 staff members who were working in the voting stations. And there's an issue that we want to raise in this regard as the Commission, and this is as follows. There's been an issue of contention regarding the appointment of electoral staff for a very extended period of time. What happened in 2024, the pendulum swung from the one extreme to the other extreme. And I'll tell you what the extreme is young persons who are unemployed, who had to be provided with employment opportunities. But in moving the pendulum from one end to the other, what you in fact have done is to erode management experience to manage voting stations. And that was reflected in the quality of the electoral process at the voting station level. So our view as the Commission is as follows: that it is not a zero-sum game. It is not either or. You need to find a judicious balance between experience on the one hand and giving young people opportunities. And that is possible. So we need, I think we're calling on you as leaders in the various political parties and so on, that you help us to achieve the realization of that midpoint, of that balance between experience on the one hand and giving opportunities for young people. Because, as you are well aware, managing a voting station on election day is not easy. There are a lot of pressures that are brought to bear on the presiding officer by voters who are irate sometimes, by political party agents, for one or other reasons. So you want a person who has managed tough situations to be able to manage a voting station, of course, with the support of young persons who are given opportunities. So it's a critical issue that we all need to correct for the next phase of elections. Babkwala, I won't deal with every slide. I'm conscious of the constraints of time which you articulated to us. But I just want to give you a sense of how is the distribution of voting stations across the country. You can almost cut the country in half, because on the eastern part of the country, you have high density of population and therefore density of voting stations. And the opposite is true for the western portion of the country. So, Babkwara, if you have to split your resources, you see where they must go. One of the things that we've been criticized on is the quality of civic and democracy education. Now, the reality of the matter is as follows: that you can no longer provide voter education by calling a community meeting if you're targeting young persons. That process might work for older people in local communities. But if you're targeting young persons, they receive their information on smart devices. They engage politically on smart devices. And so you've got to structure your civic and democracy education to be transmitted via those devices which they use in the ordinary course of conversations and engagement. Otherwise, you won't be able to get them. Now, that does not mean that your traditional forms of engagement are displaced. Certainly not. It's just that you need to get a better mix of platforms to reach older people, the youth, etc., via the means that they use in their ordinary course of daily engagement. I did mention that we struggled in the last week to elections about disinformation and misinformation. And we struggled despite the capacity that we had built. We had signed a cooperation framework agreement with Meta, Google, and TikTok. X, the former Twitter, did not want to come to the party. And the idea behind the cooperation framework was to place responsibility for the platforms to ensure that information that is perpetrated on their platforms does not undermine the integrity of the election. Now, does that mean we are interfering with the freedom of speech of citizens? Certainly not. But within the electoral environment, there must be an acceptable level of free speech juxtaposed with the overall objective of realizing electoral good. Because there's no point in allowing unabated freedom of expression whilst eroding the credibility of the electoral process, because an electoral process is a public good in that sense, and that public good must be defended. So that's really the context in which we were engaging with the platforms. Just a little thing, I won't spend time on this, that if you look at the 14,000 candidates that were contesting the elections, 4,358 of them were persons in age categories 40 to 49. And then followed by those at 3,700 who are 50 and 59, just for your own analysis. I want to go to the ICT matters and start off with the issue around the suboptimal performance of the voter management devices. And I want to predicate that by saying the Commission is itself very unhappy with the manner in which the voter management devices performed on the day, because their performance led to long queues and they created a lot of consternation at the level of voting stations. So we are unhappy, as you all are, about the performance of the VMD. But here's the issue. There were 5 applications that were working on the voter management devices. And one of them, which is the voters' roll application, had what in IT terms they call a bug. And how that obtained was, if a voter is scanned, their ID is scanned, it created multiple records instead of just taking one record and try to transmit it via the network. So as that one transaction replicated over many times, sometimes as many as, I'm told, 20,000 times, just one record, it created a backlog between the local machine and our application pools in the network. So that's really the issue that created the backlog. Now, we've identified that problem. We have ameliorated it, and at the moment, we are procuring an external independent tester to test the application, but also to test the load. Because sometimes when you test, if you test 25 records in a 5,000 voting station, you don't know how this thing will behave on the day. So we think we need an independent external tester to test the application from the code itself, its transmission into the network. And we should be in a position to give an executive summary of that testing to political parties in the party liaison committee, so that you can have a level of assurance that the testing has happened by an independent person and what the outcome of that test is. So that's what we are putting in place. We've put in place as we prepare for 2026 municipal elections. Now, this is the results system architecture. First of all, the results system that I'm going to talk about in a minute is developed internally by IEC staff. So this is not a shelf product. We didn't go on a shelf and said we want this from a provider. This is coded internally in the IEC by IEC staff under the direction of the Chief Information Officer. Because we were dealing with a revised electoral system, we recoded this application afresh for 2024 elections. We've always had it, but because we needed to integrate independent candidates following the amendment of the Electoral Act, we then had to recode this thing afresh. After we coded this thing in the party liaison committee, we invited political parties and said, political parties, here's the result system. If you are so inclined, bring your technical experts to come and look at it and establish their satisfaction with its functional operation. 5 parties took advantage of that offer. They came, looked at it, and pointed out 1 or 2 things, but in general, they were happy. So that was the first issue. Before we deployed this result system, we also appointed an independent auditor, and in this case, it was Deloitte and Touche, to look at the system, how it functions, and related matters. They did that and issued a report as well, which is available. But we didn't stop there. We also got a different provider to audit the network, because there's no point in just auditing a single thing, a single system, without looking at the healthy status of the entire ICT environment. We got someone else to do that. They did that. They did pick up some vulnerabilities which were remediated ahead of the election. Now, coming to the result system as you have it on screen, EC 101 on your top left-hand side, it's a local office of the IC and is the local capturing site. FS 164 will be another local capturing site. WC 025 will be another capturing site. At the capturing site, result slips that come from voting stations are captured into the system. It's a double blind capture system. In other words, you capture once, the system requests you to recapture. It then compares the first and the second capture. If they correspond, they accept that result. And then once so captured, there are results auditors that we appointed. It was a consortium of audit companies led by Grant Thornton. And their singular audit function was to look at the result slip as came from the voting station against what has been captured. And if what was captured corresponded with what was on the result slip, then they'll put their own result, their own auditor's code, unique auditor's code. So we are able to trace back result by result as to who audited which result when, and there are logs that support that. Now, once audited, the result is transmitted via the network into the primary database reflected on that screen as number 1. And between the local capturing site and the primary database, the results go in a protected format so that on the road there is no interference. Once the results hit the primary database at 1, we replicate a copy, same results, but we replicate an additional copy to the disaster recovery site, 1A. So there's a copy there at the results, at the DR site, disaster recovery site. Why? Because if for some reason a plane were to fall on top of election house, we needed an extra copy somewhere of the result. So we replicated the same result into the DR site. That's 1A. But we didn't end there. We created an additional copy just for safety reasons there at 1B. Again, just as an additional precautionary measure, we also replicated an additional copy at 1B. And then we created a data warehouse at number 2. That data warehouse, that's where we could draw the reports. How many stations have been captured? How many have not been audited? All the types of reports that in the result center you get is from the data warehouse. Why we separate the primary data, the primary data center as well as the data warehouse is because at the data center, that's where the capturing is situated, and that's where all the data goes into. Now, if you're going to file, record, and capture in one environment and use the very same environment to draw reports, you would slow down the system. So we created the data warehouse for purposes of drawing reports. And there was an ETL function, extract, transform, and load function that ran between your primary data center and your data warehouse. Now, on the day, I think it was a Friday after the elections, there was a complaint from political parties in the PLC at National to say the process is working very slow. Is there nothing that could be done to expedite the results? We noted the issue and instructed our technical staff to see if they could find a way of expediting that interface between the primary data center and the data warehouse at number 2. They worked all night, found a solution by morning, which would have reduced the transfer of data from about 30 minutes to 4 minutes. So they tried to implement that, and when they took that solution to production, inadvertently, the do not display flag on the system was turned on, which then affected the replication to the results operation center at 3, 4, and 5. Now, when that happens, of course, we are not sure what the cause was, and we had to look firstly at the security situation. Has we been compromised, and so on. After we had looked, we found that no, we have not. We are still intact. At EC1, FS164, WC025, all the functioning was happening and data was going into the primary data warehouse at number 1. So we then found that the display flag has been put to do not display, which affected the displays at 3, 4, and 5. So in a nutshell, that's really what had transpired. I'm now going towards closing this portion, and I want to go to the preparations for LGE. The rest of the details you can look at your leisure. On screen, you have what we call the critical path towards 2026-2027 municipal elections. And what is of import in that is the following. The Municipal Demarcation Board is currently finalizing changes to the wards, and those will be handed to the IEC at the end of October this year. And once the IEC receives the final wards, we will overlay them with our voting districts to see if there were any splits and things like those, and we will engage the local party liaison committees to resolve those if there are any splits. History tells us that often there's about between 3 and 6% of voting districts which are affected by the final wards that we receive from the Municipal Demarcation Board. That's the first issue of import. The second issue of import is the registration weekends. We anticipate a registration weekend around June 2026. And we put there in the critical path a possible second one. That second one is currently not guaranteed, and the reason for that it's a financial one. We are in discussions with National Treasury regarding that. So it may well be that ahead of the elections there'll be one general registration weekend. Our preference is 2. But of course, we all know the fiscal position of the country. And after the 2 registrations, if they happen, we'll have a proclamation of the election date around July, give and take. Please don't hold me to this. This is just illustrative. But around July, we'll have the proclamation of the election date. In this case, the proclamation will be made by Minister Tlhabisa as the minister responsible for local government. Whether he'll announce the date before, because you can separate the 2. You can announce and then later proclaim legally. Those are his choices. And then after the proclamation of the date is made, we will have an opportunity for the inspection of the voters' roll, and if there are any objections, for those to be raised so that the commission can consider them. There's about a 1-week window period for that exercise. And then after that, then we go to the cutoff date for candidates. Now, on the cutoff date for candidates, really we want to urge political parties to work early on that, because on the cut-off date, you can't extend it. Our own jurisprudence on that matter is rich. The courts have repeatedly said the IC can't unilaterally change the dates of the election timetable. So when the date for submission of candidate list is set, it's sacrosanct and can't be changed unless there's a tsunami or a similar natural disaster. And that we really expect. So we're saying work in your program within political parties, work at that with a view to around June, July for the submission of lists of candidates. Now, before I hand over to my colleague to briefly take you through the issue of electronic voting. Next year's election, 2026, 2027 local government elections, we do not intend to implement electronic voting for those elections. Yes, Mama. I think we just want to disabuse ourselves from that notion that next year is going to be electronic. However, we are engaged in a policy discussion so that at some point in the future, we could go there, but certainly not for next year. Babkwala, I may have taken much of your time, but all that was said had to be said. Nyabo.
Thank you very much for the explanation. Indeed, we are running against time, but I'll request that we move to the next presentation.
Well, we need that gentleman.
The IT guy.
What is happening?
We can't project it.
Oh, okay.
Where's the gentleman?
He said he was going to be here and he's disappeared. Maybe I can start.
Yes.
Cut. Honorable Speaker and Mpepe, so thank you very much. And the honorable members, I would like to rest on the protocols already observed. I will not go through the entire presentation. We'll try to keep it as short as possible because we'll rather have time for engagements. May I also indicate upfront that tomorrow we have a much more comprehensive discussion with political parties at the extended PLC, where we've invited at least 5 members per political party, where we're going to go into the details of the e-voting proposals currently on the table. And I would rather we utilize that opportunity with political parties to deal with the details of what is in the policy discussion document. I'm just going to give context here, and I will indicate where the Commission is in terms of the public consultative processes that the CEO was talking about. In terms of the context, where we start as the Electoral Commission is the fact that the political transition in the country has quite matured since we started. How do you move it? Okay. And we are looking at a changed political environment, both in terms of the increase in the number of contestants in elections and the complexity that increasing number has presented and the impacts thereof, for example, in the size of a ballot paper. And those are some of the considerations that we're looking at as the Commission as we begin this process of exploring what type of e-voting modalities can work for South Africa as we maneuver this changing environment in terms of the number of contestants in elections in the country. The CEO has disappeared. Where we are sitting right now, the CEO has indicated that there is no intention of introducing electronic voting anytime soon in the country. The process that we are in right now, we have started a process through the study that we commissioned as the institution, where we commissioned the HSRC to go and consider and explore what are the kind of issues that we need to take into account as a country as we move towards exploring electronic voting. And again, as witnessed in 2024 elections, the ballot papers have become far lengthy, and that has put a lot of demands in terms of the infrastructure that we need to produce ballot papers, basically, as a country. And where we are sitting now, we are saying as an electoral commission, if we want to entrench ourselves as a preeminent body in election management, there is no way that we can ignore the accelerating transformation in the digital space and the kind of technology that we can introduce into the election environment to try and improve efficiencies, particularly at voting station level. And based on that, as the commission, we have then taken this decision to say what we tried in 2013, because this is not the first time as the Electoral Commission that we are commissioning a study that explores alternatives and options for electronic voting in the country. We did it in 2013, and we made proposals to Parliament, and we wanted to try and pilot it in by-elections and see what comes out of it. That was rejected at the time because of cost issues, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we stopped. As the Electoral Commission, we've been studying a lot of countries that have tried different modalities of electronic voting, and at some point we had a delegation of political parties in the country that went and observed how electronic voting worked in Namibia. And where we are now, we are saying the time is right for us as the commission. Can you move it for me? The time is right for us as the Electoral Commission to resuscitate that discussion and see how we can introduce technology to try and improve efficiencies at the voting station level. Now, the key findings of the HSRC study that was done last year and presented at the Electronic Voting International Conference that we hosted in March this year is that there is a high level of enthusiasm, particularly amongst young people, who believe that it will increase voter turnout, it will make voting easier and faster, and it will result in the faster processing of results, the process that the CEO was talking about. But some of the concerns that came out of that study include apprehension about security and fraud, obviously, the general lack of trust in technology, some of it triggered by how the VMD performed in the last year's elections, the concerns around the election integrity in general, and lastly, the digital divide in the country that we cannot ignore based on the penetration of technology in the various parts of the country. One of the things that came out as well are the key considerations that we'll have to look at as the Commission as we continue exploring the concepts of electronic voting, and I'll just glean through these very quickly. One of them is the need for us to have an enabling legislative environment, because currently the legislation that we have does not take into account electronic voting. We need to consider public discussion and consultation, which will look at both the benefits, the challenges, and some of the mitigation strategies that we'll have to implement if we were to consider electronic voting. We also need to look at the supporting technological infrastructure that will need to be developed to support in the introduction of electronic voting into the system. We also need to look at how best we can train our own staff to be able to utilize the technology that will come with electronic voting. And of course, we'll have to pilot electronic voting during by-elections, which is the platform for us to pilot any new technology that we bring into the election processes. And lastly, we also need to look at the reality that we may have to consider a dual system, which will consider both e-voting as well as I-voting, and which sector will be best served by each one of those technologies. One of the things that we looked at as part of the context is the information we have at our disposal right now as the Electoral Commission in terms of the use of technology in the country. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I need to indicate that currently, as a country, we have over 22 million people that are using smartphones as at the end of 2023, and at least 90 million people have mobile connectivity in the country. I will leave all the others because I think members will have time to go through this at their leisure. I wanted to indicate that this will not be the first time the Electoral Commission is considering the use of technology to improve efficiencies in all our systems. We are already utilizing technology in quite a number of processes within the elections value chain. Quick examples include our voter portal, which is used for online registration, where people can basically go online to our websites and register themselves. We have also automated candidate nomination. Political parties don't have to come to our offices anymore. They can simply go to our website and submit the list of candidates through our online platform. We are now implementing e-recruitment since the last general election, since 2019, where pretty much anyone can go to our website and apply to work in the Electoral Commission. We are also utilizing the electronic training model to train our staff, which gives us an opportunity to have a number of sessions online with them before we have that one final physical session with our staff. We also communicating with our voters. Our outreach and communication program is basically run through digital platforms, which is some of the ways that we have used as the Electoral Commission to introduce technology into our space. Now, I thought I'll quickly talk about the difference between I-voting and e-voting, because usually when we talk about electronic voting, people think I-voting, where you can basically sit anywhere, even in the comfort of your home, and use whatever gadgets that have got internet connectivity, and you can vote wherever you are. That's the option that we may want to consider as an option for overseas voters, but we understand as well that it requires enhanced cyber security, even if we only apply it for overseas voters. What we refer to as electronic voting within the Electoral Commission and what is acceptable internationally as electronic voting is where people still need to go to voting stations. They still need to vote. So there's a voting station still, and everyone who participates in the election still have to physically go to a voting station. And we then utilize technology at a voting station where people can cast their vote, which we also use to ultimately process results at the end of voting. And they come in different modalities, and different countries are using different technologies when it comes to electronic voting. Some of them do not even require connectivity, because we have realized that as the Electoral Commission, we have no control over connectivity in the country. So whatever option that we settle with as a country, it will have to take into consideration that digital device. It has to be a technology that can function optimally at a voting station without connectivity, so that is not a technology that benefits people who live in affluent areas with higher degrees of penetration of technology, to the detriment of people that do not have connectivity in the areas where they stay. So there's different modalities, and we will be talking about those with political parties tomorrow when we meet at 9 o'clock at the Edward Hotel tomorrow, where we talk about this. Ultimately, the objectives of e-voting should be to increase access, to make access easy for anyone who wants to participate. It is to boost voter turnout, and particularly youth participation, but it also needs to result in improved electoral efficiencies at voting stations. If it doesn't address these three things, then it will not be benefiting us as a country. And I'm going to skip everything else that I've spoken about, and I need to confirm that we have started the public participation process, which will inform what will ultimately result in a draft green paper on electronic voting. Like I've indicated, tomorrow The delegation is moving to Durban today, and tomorrow we are meeting political parties at 9 o'clock at 12, where we're going to talk more into detail about what we mean by electronic voting, what options are available, which of the options may be more suited for South Africa. We will also have another session tomorrow afternoon with the civil society organizations, from the academia to NGOs that work within the field of elections, democracy, and human rights, where we are meeting tomorrow, and the input of that process will feed into this draft policy document that we've developed as the Electoral Commission, and this is the document that will ultimately become a green paper that we will then introduce to policymakers in Parliament to say, this is what we've done, this is what the study is saying, this is what we are proposing as the Electoral Commission, which will definitely entail a piloting phase. Once we've got an enabling legislative environment, the next step is to pilot before we can even move into saying this is what are the options that we can consider as a country. I would like to end it here and refer members to the rest of the presentation for the details of what we would have wanted to cover as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Masinga. Due to time constraint, I can only allow 2 or 3 questions from the floor. I don't think it will be a longer question. Pratentesh, Dr. Mteta. Tatu Seme. And the last one, yeah. Yes, Nongopale. Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. First, I'd like to thank the IEC for their presentation. I must say, in all the time I've been involved in politics, which is now quite a long time, I've always found the IEC to be most helpful. And barring 1 or 2 small nyaga things here and there, I found the IEC to be of great integrity. And I think we can thank South Africans, the Electoral Commission, and long may that be continue, but obviously as politicians we will hold you accountable. The only issue I find that we run into is when your staff are great, but when you have part-timers running voting stations, that's where issues arise, but normally are quickly fixed. Chief, the thing I just want to raise quickly is that I know electronic voting is not coming in next year, and thankfully for that. But even in democracies where they use electronic voting, one of the big weaknesses they're finding is the lack of a paper trail. And sometimes this is, even in a modern world where going old school is actually a good thing. Because if you're contesting a result, with a paper-based trail, you can literally pull out a box of ballots and you can count them again. With electronic voting, it's very, very, very difficult to find a paper trail that you can actually then look at again afterwards to make sure of the result. Even in the USA, they're finding this problem, because some states allow it, some states don't. And there's no paper trail, even electronically, that you can go back and count again. So we need to be very, very careful. Sometimes old is good. And sometimes using a paper-based system is a good thing, simply because if those ballots are secured, you can check the result afterwards. Whereas electronic voting it's very difficult to do that. So let's just be very, very careful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we'll take all the questions before you respond.
Yes,
Dr. Mteto.
Thank you, Chief Whip. Again, thank you for the presentation from the IEC. Just one question or maybe a caution to the IEC. We just heard from you now that after 2024 elections, you had 80 sort cases where you had to relook at what went wrong and what happened. Now, it will seem, and it's true, we're in a very critical time as South Africa right now, where we almost saw change in political landscape. Now then, the timing of e-voting will make it very difficult for us or for South Africans to trust that it is done in good faith. How then will you put South Africans into good faith, into saying you are on top of cyber crimes when we are struggling with home affairs and cyber criminality that's happening there? Banking industry or anywhere, we are just new in the internet world as South Africa. It's a fantasy and beautiful thing in the future. But the timing of it and the technology that we have right now as South Africans, we are just learning every single day of new crimes which we are seeing, which are cyber crimes. Now, why will IEC then want to go into that space when we as South Africans knows exactly we're not ready for that? Then the second thing is, the Honorable Speaker just said now, in the last 3 budgetings, your budget has been steadily going down as IEC. Now, if you move into this cyber space, it is very expensive. How then will you then manage budget to counter for the gadgets that you will need, the technology that you will need, or even all the things that you will need to see this as a reality? And then lastly, I think I'm inclined to agree with the last speaker to say sometimes the old is not a bad thing. Paper-based voting has a beautiful paper trail. We just saw anything that can be brought to you, you can easily defend it. It will be very difficult to defend that none of the foreigners voted with the e-voting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ms. Seme.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings to the IEC representative with us. Greetings, honorable members. I have quite a lot of questions to ask, but since he said it's not going to be used for the next voting, I might as well just ask them anyway. I'll try to shorten them. My questions are basically on transparency, security, accessibility, and accountability into the e-voting system, especially given the past concerns about electoral integrity. The first one being, what specific cybersecurity measures are being implemented to prevent hacking, tampering, and foreign interference with this electoral voting? How will you ensure that these protections are independently audited before you roll out? In light of the past allegations of vote rigging in the 2024 elections, how will the e-voting system address some vulnerabilities like duplicate voting and unauthorized access? What resources are the parties going to have if discrepancies arise during accounting? The next one being the timelines for e-voting rollout. How will it comply with existing electoral laws, including provisions for recounts and manual verifications if electoral results are contested? The potential interest of conflicts with the vendors and technology providers involved in the e-voting system, will their contracts be made public for scrutiny? The event of electronic system failures and glitches, what contingency plans exist to revert to e-manual without delaying elections and or compromising results? What mechanisms are in place for handling complaints or challenges to e-voting results? And why has the IEC resisted allowing new evidence in related court cases as seen in the recent dispute? The last one being,
Given the IEC's emphasis on stakeholders' consultations, how will the input from the opposition parties like EMK Part be incorporated into final e-voting policy, and how will their mandatory public reporting on how feedback will be addressed? Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makuban.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. I've got a few questions. Thanks for the presentation that you have done, CEO. My first question is on the voter management devices that you are using. If one can know, when were those voter management devices bought? When were they procured? And the model of those voter management devices? And then how often or have you serviced them? Or how often have you serviced them? That's the first question. The second question, it relates to the statement you have made that you have taken a resolution to get an external tester, independent tester, to test your VMDs. Did you test them before we went to the 2024 elections? And do we have those results on your system openly for us to see them? That's my second question. My third question is, there was an error that took place upon the results being displayed, or on the process being displayed to us publicly as you were counting the votes. What is the name of that error? And what was happening? The name, specific name of that error. And what was the actual issue on that? My last two questions. After the results has been announced, the proportional representation that comes out of the results that each party gets, the proportional representation method that needs to be used for each party to be represented fairly according to their votes that they received from the public. What is the method used? Not the one that determines the seats. Does it go further to what determines the allocation or representation inside the public house or the legislatures? What preferred method, or the first method? If you have three, you'll tell us this is the first one, this is the second one that IEC approves, this is the third one that IEC approves, or there's some other methods that we may not know. If you can give me that, thanks.
Thank you very much. The last question will be from Honorable Nene. I'm sorry, Nene.
Thanks.
I'm also available online, Chair.
Thanks, Chief Whip. We welcome the presentation from the officials of the IEC. I have two questions. My first question is, how did the IEC address the allegations of vote rigging and electoral irregularities during the past elections? My second question is, what were the outcomes of the investigations into the reported incidents of ballot tampering and the transportation issues? And what is the IEC's process for handling elections, objections, and disputes? And how were these resolved? That's my third question. And then my submission is to welcome the suspension of e-voting, because after 30 years of democracy, there are still places, areas here in KZN without electricity, without a network. So you cannot run an e-voting. And digital systems can be hacked and manipulated. Thanks very much.
Nalewa ngena nje unene kwa hayi wathi madlokovu ngeke phela naku bayazalana. Madlokovu.
Ngibonge sihlalo. I think two things from me. I want to caution the IEC maybe on creating this perception that digitization isn't possible, or there are rooms or areas where if that is implemented, there would be unverifiable information. I recall, Chair, when we first had cell phones as a young person, people were scared that if you put it too close to your ear, it would interfere with your brain. People were scared to live next to telephone towers because they said it would affect their bodies and give them cancer. We must embrace technology. And I think that in moving with 4IR and things like that, it becomes a very efficient way to handle things, because we can verify data through metadata and things like that. And so maybe looking to explore a hybrid system, because even the old school system has its own shortcomings. Some people aren't able to travel or access, and even when you do special votes, there's admin and cost implications to that. So we must always look at the bigger picture in trying to foster greater participation in our electoral system. That's the first one. And the second one, Chair, you can call me out of order if I am, but my understanding is that today's presentation is around e-voting, and we are not here to account for electoral outcomes of 2024. So maybe if the responses can just be aligned to that for sake of time, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Order,
Chief
order,
Whip.
please.
Chief
Order,
Whip, I'm
please.
online.
Order.
Chief Whip. Chief Whip, I'm online.
So I'll now allow the
Chief Whip.
IEC to respond.
Chief Whip. Chief Whip, I'm on a virtual platform. Hello.
Who is on
Hello?
which one?
Mbata Moyo, Chief Whip.
Moyo.
Yeah, Chief Whip. Yeah, Chief Whip, I'm here.
You ask, but try to, to make just a quick question, because I'm worried about time, which will affect members.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip, for giving me an opportunity. Good morning to yourself, the IEC, the Speaker, and all members of the provincial legislature. I just have a few questions, and I'm going to be as quick as possible. Now, during the 2024 elections, there were acknowledged 2-hour system glitches. Now, here's the question. What independent forensic audit were conducted to prove that no data manipulation occurred during that downtime? That's number one. Number two, will those audit reports be made public? And then three, why does the IEC often aim to release AMA results within 3 days when the law allows up to 7 days? Is it influenced by political or market stability concerns, or rather than democratic thoroughness? And then another one, how do you balance speed with accuracy? Lastly, with 579 objections lodged in 2024, many parties, Mr. Mamabol, felt ignored. What reforms will ensure objections are fully processed before results are announced in 26-27. Thank you very much, Chief Whip.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ndebele will be the last one. I will not allow any other hand now. Thank you.
Siyabonga Chief Whip, asibingelele kuwe, sibingelele nendlu. Cha eyami imfishane nje Chief Whip. Ubaba wakwaphakamisa indaba yokuthi akuvotwe ngamadrum. IEC awufa amadrum vis-a-vis i-voting. Siyabonga.
Ayikho into ofuna ukuyisho vele uthule.
Mzana ungixovela umhlangano.
Chief Whip, ile nto ku-ANC yasilethela yona la legislature. Ile nto uletha nje into eyifana nalezi. Xa kusejointini la.
Can I allow the IEC to respond, please? Ningangene ala endlini.
No, okay, I think let's deal with the questions in this manner. First of all, our understanding of the questions is that they are intended to see if improvements registered in South Africa's electoral experience. So we do not take them almost as an affront to the work that the IEC have done, but rather as an opportunity for growth and development that is necessary to make us a better electoral democracy. Now, there are, I think, 3 categories of questions. There are questions related to electronic voting, and then there are questions that related to some aspects of 2024 elections and the objections and related stuff. So let's start with the electronic voting questions. I made a conscious statement that we're not implementing electronic voting for 2026 national local government elections, because as matters stand, there is no policy, neither is there a legislative framework to implement electronic voting. What we have, it's a discussion document that is sussing out the views of South Africans. And some of the sentiment expressed here is welcome, because you're saying be cautious. There are virtues in the current system, which if you go to electronic voting, you may lose. That's why we are engaging with the broader public to get those types of views. And pertinently, there were questions around audit trail and related things. It is possible to have a voter verifiable paper audit trail used in conjunction with an electronic voting machine. So the two are not necessarily mutually exclusive. They can be constructed to function as 2 units of the same thing. So that you are able to use the machine, but also have paper, which if there's a dispute, you can go back to and count and so on. What are the timelines for electronic voting? There are no timelines. But we felt it's an important debate for South Africans to have. I certainly will be misrepresenting the Commission were I to say in 2029 there'll be electronic voting. Neither are we're not there at the moment, and we can't. Dr. Mtetwa, the issue about the changed landscape, it's a correct characterization of our political reality. That there are those changes that are happening on the political front which have a huge bearing on the conduct of elections. Things that were previously benign, they no longer are. Every little thing is questioned, and a greater accountability is demanded of the Commission. And we take no issue with it. If the nature of the political environment is such that greater accountability is required, let it be. So we're not questioning the call for accountability on the part of the Commission, not at all. Now, yes, you've also made a correct observation that our budget has been reducing, as has many other public institutions. So we've got to do all this work, this greater demand for accountability and so on, within the limited resources available, which is why I said we are not even guaranteed a second registration weekend, because part of that budget must go on integrity measures that are necessary for accountability in the process. Now, to the extent that there is no national policy on e-voting, there's only a discussion document. The issue that Honorable Sami was raising about transparency, accessibility, dual voting, foreign influence, the contract for suppliers. If we were to proceed as a country, those would have to be factored into the eventual policy to say, if we go this way, it must be able to give us transparency in this manner. We would want, maybe for instance, a security audit of the network or something to ensure that it can't be or it has not been infiltrated by security mal players that we have in the environment. As regards the new evidence, as you know, there's a matter before the Electoral Court. Let's give the court an opportunity to ventilate the matter. Let them come to a conclusion. We, as a law-abiding institution, will follow whatever the court eventually decide. Voter management devices, they were bought in 2021. How often were they? In terms of the contract that we had signed with the provider for there was a warranty, and in terms of which they needed to be serviced twice a year. I just don't know. I don't have the figure with me. Twice a year for how long? That part I do not have. Were they not tested ahead of 2024? They were, but the level of testing did not involve, for instance, they being placed at the station and simulating actual electoral behavior on election day. The testing was limited to the technical environment in which the development was happening. Now, with respect to the public display, I put before you the results architecture. And I indicated that at all material times, there were no less than 4 copies of the same results on the network. There was a copy at the primary data center. There was a copy at DR. There was another additional copy. And through an ETL process, extract, transform, and load process, we then took the same data into a data warehouse from where reports were generated. And from that data warehouse, we projected, we created an additional replication and projected from there into the ROC. So we ran a copy from the database at the ROC for purposes of projection. The ETL function was happening every 30 minutes. In other words, from data from the primary database into the data warehouse was happening at 30-minute interval. And we received complaints that the process is not fast enough. And then commissioned our technical colleagues to see if whether a solution could be found to expedite that process. They worked overnight, and in fact, they found the solution by morning. However, when they took that solution into production, a do not display functionality on the system was inadvertently set at no, which is what caused the lack of display. That's really the issue, and we are on record in the electoral court about that, and so on. That's really the reason. Now, we did have again an independent provider to look at whether the computation of the results from the system is correct as announced by the Commission, and they have confirmed so. Those certificates were filed in the court case. We also ran a parallel security operations center from which confirmation is received that there was no penetration, again by an independent provider. That was also filed in the courts. Now, the issue of Honorable Ngema saying a hybrid could be tried, yes, which is really what the PO was talking about. That again, it's not a zero-sum thing. There may be certain configurations which are suited for certain categories and so on. So it's not a one-size-fits-all type arrangement. But let's engage with the debate. That's really what the Commission is inviting us. Let's engage in a debate which will eventually say, no, it's too risky, or yes, it's risky, but with certain safeguards, it can be done or whatever. So the Commission is merely affording an opportunity for South Africans to debate. Nothing more, nothing less at this stage. And then I've dealt, Honorable Moyo, with the 2-hour audit issue. And why do we declare results within 3 days instead of 7? Look, there is a balance that a trapezium, so to speak, that the Commission must walk in respect to that. Because the longer we take to declare results, a fertile ground could be created to say we are fiddling. So we really have got to find a balance that is proper. You can destroy an election by delaying the results. So we really, as a Commission, want to do it in such a way that we do not undermine the integrity of the process in the minds of the South African population. Now, as regards objections to the declared results are a legal matter. You've got to be able to say, at these voting stations, certain irregularities took place. This is the evidence to support that contention. I have served this objection on those parties who have an interest in the matter. And this objection is material because if it's upheld, it will change the result in this manner. That's what the law provides. Do we need changes to that framework? We can never say there's no improvement. If there are very precise suggestions that can make that process better, those will be evaluated and supported if needs be. I've answered the questions in broad sense, Babkwala, and the last one you want me not to go into, and I listen to you.
Thank you very much for the responses. I will now request. Oh, okay. IEC.
Again, I mean, if there are allegations of vote rigging and ballot tampering and the like, those you raise in an objection directed to the Commission, and the process that I have outlined to say the person who perpetrated this rigging is Simon Mabolo. He did this, and the other thing, and this amounts to an irregularity, and this is the evidence to substantiate those claims. But it can't be couched in general. It has got to have reasonable specificity to allow the Commission to investigate it and sort it out. And we've got to distinguish a general complaint as against a technical objection to the results, because the two things are not necessarily the same. So what did the Commission do? Some of them were referred to the administration to look at and investigate. If there were objections, the Commission investigated each one of them. There were a team of lawyers that we were procured to investigate each of the objections that were made. And those that were found to be meritorious, they were upheld. And either a recount was ordered or some other remedial measure. But those decisions are vested purely with the Commission. There are, I just don't have the number with me, a number of them that the Commission upheld and say, this one, the objector has raised a meritorious point. Therefore, we need to intervene, go recount, or whatever the case is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope that members
Chair, can I make a follow-up?
engage the IEC. I hope that members will continue to engage the IEC as we move forward. That will include the tomorrow's engagement. So,
Chief, can I check with you? Can I check with you? Just one thing. There is a question that the CEO did not respond to. It's a specific question. The question of the methods on party representation. Yes, yes, you did not. Not the seat specifically. That cascades down to the representation inside the House. How do you calculate it? Thanks.
My apologies. Indeed, I have not dealt with it. Now, here's how seat calculation works. Let's take for the National Assembly. You take all votes cast on the compensatory ballot. You take all votes cast on the regional ballot together, so an aggregate of those. You divide that by 400 seats minus the seats won by independents, if any. And then that gives you what we call a quota of votes per seat. And that, in technical language, that is called the droop quota. quota system. You add a 1 to the result so as to disregard fractions. And then you take each party's votes now and divide it by that quota. The result is the number of seats that that party is entitled to. It happens that in the 73, let's just stay with the National Assembly. It's possible that you allocate 397 seats after you've done that process, after you divided each party's votes with the quota. Then you used the highest remainders to allocate the 3 outstanding seats. So the biggest the party with the biggest remainder gets the 1. The second party with the biggest remainder gets the second, and the third one gets the third seat. That's the same principles that applies in the calculation of seats for a legislature. You take, because the legislature is a single-tier election, it's not a 2-tier like in national. You take all valid votes cast, divide by 80 in your case, minus any seats won by independents, if any, and you add a 1 to the result, and that's your quota of votes per seat. So a quota means the number of votes you need to gain 1 seat. That's what a quota is. And then you take that quota you divide each party's valid votes by that quota, and that gives you the number of seats that each party gets. If there are seats unallocated, you then use the highest remainder method. Thanks.
Usabuya.
Angboy Chief Whip, it's a clarity. That method that IEC proposes to the CEO, that method that IEC proposes or using to allocate the seats in the legislature, is it a legal method to cascade it down to any other votes happening in the legislature according to proportional representation or what? The legality.
Yeah.
It's what IEC proposes to be used on any that's happening inside the legislature?
No, it's in the law. It's in Schedule 1A of the Electoral Act. But it extends insofar as the election results go. Once the IEC has done the allocation and published the name of people who are elected, whatever happens in the House is not an IEC matter. It's a separate legislative sector issue. Our role ends when we say in this legislature, Party A, so many seats, Party B, so many seats, and so on. And that is legally prescribed in Schedule 1A of the Electoral Act.
Thank you.
Much. I will now move to the Chair of Chairs, Dr. Matlaba, to give a vote of thanks.
Greetings, honorable members, the leadership of the IEC. Thank you very much for availing yourselves and giving us insight of what is happening in your work. As Mr. Mashinini put it in his opening remarks, that this can be compared to a revival. To me, indeed, one thing that was revived is that when presentations are made, we ought to listen so that because we are public representatives, so that we are able to also cascade correct information to our constituencies. But I hope that as honorable members also going forward will exercise that more so that we are able to be more impactful in our work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now this session is closed. We'll go for the next session. But thanks for the IEC.
Can we take leave?
Oh yes.
Thank
yes.
you.
Thank you very much.
Amadrama kodwa siyawadinga.
Yilo ucabanga amadrama.
Uphikisana nobaba Moyo.
Wena ucabanga amadrama, ikhanda lakho ligcwele amadrama.
Wemoyo ubaba wami lo uphikisa yena ubaba wami
Cha ncamalala ngiphikisa lo muntu akamndebele ohlanyayo.
sawafuna kodwa amadrum sinobaba
Vele siyawafuna amadrama. Hello.
Yeke ndaba amadrum awukahle senexa kwayimpi kanje he umashapu uqwazwa vela ku-TRC yeyi umashapu uqelu useyanihagu nithi awu hayi hey umashapu uqelu
Lalela wekhabazela sekwaphuma iNDR ehamba ngefastela vele ukhohlwe. Sekusele national dialogue manje.
Zikhakha impela impimpi. Awukahle ngomsholo usiphoxe.
Ngithi mina kwaphuma iNDR ngefastela. Sekusele national dialogue now. Bonakele.
Ngathi uwena. Ngangithatha kuwena instruction.
Bemafika nokukhumela safuthi iPNDR neNDS.
Okwamanje asifocus kumadrama.
iNDR ngithathe nayifaka ngaphansi kombhede. Nathi asibambeni i-national dialogue. Ayi Ndebele. Kanwami.
Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier in absentia, Leader of Government Business, Mselegu, Honorable members of the Executive Council, the Leader of the Official Opposition, Chairperson of the Financial and Fiscal Commission, Dr. Nombeko Mbaba. It is my distinct honor to open today's session as we engage with the Financial and Fiscal Commission's 2026-2027 submission for the division of revenue. This occasion presents us as members of the KwaZulu-Natal legislature with an important opportunity to reflect on the mandate of the FFC and its crucial role in shaping equitable and effective fiscal policy that directly influences our ability to improve the lives of South Africans through sound public financial management. In KwaZulu-Natal, the destructive force of climate-related disasters has become all too familiar, with recent floods leaving behind a trail of human and infrastructural devastation. These events highlight the need for robust planning, adequate resourcing, and a decisive shift in mindset. Today's engagement must go beyond a dialogue. It should serve as a reflective space, a moment to assess our trajectory and recommit ourselves to collaboration, accountability, and sustainable governance. With that, I now call upon the Honorable Speaker of KwaZulu-Natal, Ms. N. Boyce, to formally open the proceeding. Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. I want to welcome the Commission and the National Commissioner, who's also the leader of the, I am not sure how to say it, Dr. Mbava, whether you are the leader of all of the ISDs. There is the platform where all ISDs, institutions supporting democracy in terms of Chapter 9 and 10, come together, and she's chairing that. We want to welcome you back to the legislature, but also to speak words that may be, usually, because most of the time, some of the recommendations of the FFC do not get implemented or do not get reflected in the actual appropriation. And the reason that we continuously have these briefings is so that members understand that the process that they embark with at committee level, and also by the briefing of the committees of the House by the Finance, should be informed by the recommendations and us understanding and following up, as the focus that come are always directive on what and how we have to ready ourselves. This, I say, honorable members, whilst I'm welcoming them, because it becomes important for us when we are dealing at the committee level, prior to even going to MECs, dealing with the relevant departments that come. We deal with them and understand what were the recommendations and the focus, as we have a commission which is established in terms of the Constitution that does the thorough research work to equip us to interact with the appropriation process. But of course, we have seen an unprecedented in the parliamentary sector of the Republic of South Africa. We've seen an unprecedented act that was commissioned when the budget was presented and later withdrawn. But when you go through the recommendations of the FFC, you would understand that there were focus that were put that were going to be challenging, but that were not considered. Now, when you are here with us, we have the members of the executive and we also have the entire members of the House. We are wishing that the members of the executive will take this briefing in the manner that they are members of the provincial legislature first. And when they deal with issues of appropriation, we also have to be cognizant of what advice and recommendations have been given in terms of how you shape your programs in the MTEF, as well as how we respond to the unexpected happenings in our province. Particularly when we speak on issues of climate change, we understand that the province has taken also the leadership in the province through the government to go and attend platforms that they have been forever attending of them, like the New York Climate Change Week. But there are other platforms that government of the province has spent money of, be it the COPs, the different COPs, where you attend and are able to come back with the resolutions. Those resolutions at the end of the day are also calling upon us in the sector now as members to have responding legislation so that the environment is not only prepared financially, and it also, when you have that responding legislation, you are also complementing the practicalities of those resolutions to find expression in the plans of government. And I believe that even this year, when they present, honorable members, we will look at it through the eye of understanding that when this cycle starts, the coming cycle starts of appropriation, we are more understanding of the vast scope that we have to cover when we interrogate portfolio committees, but also how we deal with financing the programs of government and the programs that we have for the term. It's important to understand them because it informs the choices that we make during oversight, be it focused intervention studies, be it oversight visit and outreaches. They must be focused on the state of finances and the outlook of the country as a whole. I am welcoming you then and saying to you, yours is better than the other one we have before because it's easy to point fingers. But yours is a bit complicated. When we listen to you, the fingers can only be pointed to 8 people. They are here. The recommendations get to be effective when Parliament and legislatures respond to them and raise them in their daily work. But also, your presentation is forever empowering. It makes us understand the dynamics that exist in public finance, especially within our own tax regime as a country, and the distribution model that we have in terms of the Constitution. We are hoping that, as always, we will be able to learn from you, but thank you for coming to us when we called that we need you to also present. We're also already inviting yourselves to come and present. You are one of the commissions that is never reminded of when to come. You are available. It may be us not available at the time that you indicate, and we want to apologize for the times that it would coincide with us being unavailable in terms of the program. But we'll keep on to ensure that prior to the beginning of the actual cycle of budgeting, there will be no cycle that starts without having empowered the members to look deeper in terms of the economic outlook of our own province and of the country, because we are not in a federal state. We are in a country where there is a center of disbursement, and then it comes down to the other center here. Elsewhere we are called regions, elsewhere we are called subnationals, but here we are a provincial legislature, and we are going to listen to you and learn. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the welcoming remarks. we'll immediately go to Dr. P.N. Bava, Chairperson of FCC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you so much to Honorable Speaker of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature. Good morning to all honorable members. Good morning to all the MECs, all protocols observed. It is an honor to address you today as the Financial and Fiscal Commission delegation. As has been indicated, I am the chairperson of the Financial and Fiscal Commission. I am accompanied by the research team who will take us through the presentation in detail. Honorable members, we are here to present our submission on the 2026-27 Division of Revenue, specifically focusing on the theme of sustainable development across the three spheres. The Financial and Fiscal Commission, as you would know, is an independent, objective, constitutional institution established to provide evidence-based recommendations to support sound intergovernmental fiscal relations in South Africa. Our legislative mandate is also rooted in the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act of 1997, which requires us to submit recommendations to yourselves on the equitable division of nationally raised revenue among the national, provincial, and local spheres of government at least 10 months before the start of each financial year. So we are presenting now our recommendation on the 2026 budget, which is yet to ensue. We also consult with the Minister of Finance before the Division of Revenue Bill is introduced. And our recommendations must take into account various factors which are listed in the Constitution, Section 214 of the Constitution, which looks at national interest, the ability of the provinces and municipalities to provide basic services. The primary goal of this briefing to yourselves today is to arm and capacitate the provincial legislature for effective advocacy. We aim to provide you with independent, evidence-based recommendations that will equip yourselves as members of the legislature. One, to scrutinize the national proposals effectively and enable effective questioning and debate of the Division of Revenue Bill using independent analysis and data provided by the Commission. Advocate for the province's fiscal needs by building a strong case for a fair and equitable share of revenue, backed by our findings as the Commission. Our 2026 submission, honorable members, will look at various issues, including climate change, infrastructure, the performance of coalition-led municipalities, and also the fiscal pressures of urbanization. We know that KwaZulu-Natal faces significant challenges, as has been alluded to. We have challenges in the province of poverty and crime. Frequent flooding has led to severe damage to infrastructure. There is a high population density, which places a huge strain on transport and infrastructure. These are some of the issues that our analysis will look into and give advice and recommendations to the legislature. I now want to hand over to the head of research to give us some of the recommendations. Over to you, Chen.
Thank you very much, Chair, and indeed a good morning, almost afternoon, to the esteemed House of the KZN KwaZulu-Natal Legislature, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Chair, members, all protocols observed. My name is Jensen. I'm the head of research at the Financial and Fiscal Commissions. May I quickly follow up and really want to express our appreciation and applaud Honourable Speaker's opening, as she put it correctly. I could not put it better myself. Is that it's in terms of the Constitution and FFC's mandate is to almost assist the legislature in order for it to carry out its oversight duties and responsibilities, but also it's an invitation. It would be most or cooperative governance in terms of that for the executive members to see themselves and involving themselves in this process of our briefing as a legislature member. And the reason for that is precisely for that, is that ultimately FFC's work is advisory and making recommendations as it is in the Constitution. For them to be implemented and executed, obviously it would be has to be done via the executive branch and the executive leadership of the government. Let me quickly then jump to the socio-economic background of KZN. KZN has got, as my chairperson already alluded to, significant challenges in terms of the population density. But also to that is the socio-economic profile of the province, being that for every one person unemployed, there are just over two people or individuals that are employed. In other words, effectively, out of 3 people, 2 are employed and one person is unemployed. And that is quite a high, shall we say, a stretch or a burden of from a socio-economic perspective on the revenue allocations or division. In that essentially it's 2 income being spread across 3 people, if one can think of it that sense. And so with that, also the inequality is pressure is significantly high. Further to the, we did look at for this year, for the divisional revenue 26-27, our submission focuses on infrastructure and also of the nature, recognizing that it is not just a infrastructure of the province. The infrastructure in many respects, water, roads, electricity generations and so forth, transmission and all that, it's really all cross-cutting and related to the region as a whole and across the nation. And so this, we have a map where we show that for the KZN or region, as the in terms of the central infrastructure, is quite better. However, of course, noting that it is a extremely mountainous area. And in geographic speaking, that we need to take into account that these roads there are a lot more secondary roads, main roads even, that is not part of Central, but that the province is, of course, carrying with its with its implementation within the province. That is also a significant pressure from the financial sense. In terms of KZN's GDP growth performance is 1.1%, and it contributes significantly in terms of 17% of the national GDP, and that's that it's a rather large segment of the national growth push, and that's of course it being one of the major ports, of trade routes to the world. And hence, it has got quite a substantial part of its economic activity being in the manufacturing and the trading sector. I won't go into too much detail, except to perhaps share a bit of better news in the Gini coefficient for the province has declined marginally from 0.63 in 2012 to 0.61 in 2022. And in terms of water services and other basic services, it's essentially rather high compared to the rest of the country. However, not forgetting, of course, that certain services where it is incredibly dependent on the household compositions and also their economic statuses, that it be very hard to and challenging for these the access to be maintained, and they need to be maintained and repaired on an ongoing basis. For instance, we look at that 49.9% of households had refuse removed at least once a week, and others much less frequent. And that also, of course, impacts on the standard of living of the households, and that was the main point. On the poverty measure, the financial and control measures, shall we say, on the financial management, is that it does have quite a few number of qualifying audits. And so the overall financial governance and implementation of the province, it stands room for further improvement. I think, Honourable Chair, members, because of the interest of time and also learning from the last presenter, is that I shall take you over through the entire presentation, focusing on the recommendations and findings as evidence-based research that we have conducted. Chapter 1, examining the macroeconomic consequences of climate change and sectoral interdependency in our national economy. But as I said, in terms of the climate change and the impact thereof, the damages ultimately affect not just the province, but also the across the whole nation, because when one sector, such as that is caused damaged by the climate change, generally it has effects, sort of spreading effects, correlation effects with all the other sectors. And specifically, I want to draw your attention to the point where that these are the top 20 ranked associated or related sectors that will be impacted by climate change. And this is, we did research on measuring that correlation impact. Now, what that means, it's also that it's not just, we're highlighting effectively that when climate change is causing natural disasters, it doesn't just cause impact on things like agriculture, but more significantly on transport, logistics related sectors. Because when it destroys infrastructure, roads gets destroyed. And what that also affects is not just, of course, the transport sector, but also the significantly like agriculture, because the goods needs to get from the places of production to the markets. And then that also affects significantly in other commodity related, especially in the South African economy, whereby the minerals and other produce, shall we say, and minerals that needs to be on the road in order to reach its ultimate destination of markets. Another significant finding, just to emphasize, is the fact that yes, there are these, as our also honourable speaker spoke about, is these COP agreements. As the international agreements on climate change. There is some concerning trends, and this is why I think it's also only right for the provincial legislatures, not just KZN, but all 9 provinces, need to have a say in such matters. Even though that climate change seems to be more on the international scene, but make no mistake, it is increasingly starting to have an impact through the economy, on our economy, but also through the fiscal systems, as it is across the 3 spheres, impacting on the province in specifics. So what I'm trying to ultimately point to is, for example, if one looks at how us as South Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, for instance, here, our carbon emission is nowhere near how these other developed economies or developing economies are emitting CO2 emissions. And yet, when we come to these COP and COP commitments, and where we need to put in money, or that we are obligated to contribute to this transition fund and so forth, it makes no sense for us to be bearing as similar or close to the financial burden as these agreements are obligating us to. And further to that is that through government guarantees and loans from these international institutions such as the World Bank, pushing us prematurely, perhaps, in terms of our industrial composition to this green energy and renewable energy that ultimately is creating quite a significant pressure on our finances, right, through these loan agreements and these financial commitments. And that is something that, even though it's happening and it's negotiating at the national, even at international platforms, it's ultimately affecting the allocations that is coming to the province. I think more should not be needed to be spoken about that, especially through the fact that KZN is well aware that because of these government guarantees and commitments and financial obligations at the national through debt, that provincial allocations and through the formulas and the vertical divisional revenue, that provinces such as KZN has been increasingly been facing cuts. So hence, just focusing on the recommendations that are made through this research, emanating from this research by the Commission, is that we're making recommendations that the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment has to work with Minister of Finance on these to have a coordinated effort and understanding that there is this bigger scene and this broader impact of climate change funding and obligations and agreements affecting provinces and across the three spheres of governments in South Africa. And also that it needs to build by Minister of Finance this budget resilience, but it's not just about money. Some of these things, it's about how we approach the problem of climate change. And the way to approach it is that we need to be smart in terms of our infrastructure build, that it needs to be climate adaptive. Because if we are saying that that climate change, it's actually very limited what South Africa as a country can do on our own. It's an international effort, and it needs, even as I earlier presented, that the other countries are actually emitting way more CO2 than us. So it's not just up to us. Even if we turn off all the power or coal plants today in South Africa, we will not probably make a significant dent in terms of this climate change emission by that measure of emission, as I shown earlier. And hence, we need to now then think about if in the situation where these natural disasters and climate change impact is coming inevitably, and that we cannot do possibly much on the climate change side to affect it, by lowering emission, then we need to think about how our infrastructure can then be respond and more resilient against such natural disasters, and also be more energy efficient on the infrastructure built. For example, lights could be LED, or that the buildings that we should have bylaws to make sure that it is more, shall we say, climate resilient, and then that the base is more solid against these natural disasters, climates that can impact, that can destroy our infrastructure. Some part of it is about also that on the terms of trade, ensure that the supply chain inefficiencies are addressed, and that through its trade and industry regulations, it should be deregulated so that it can allow for more innovative approaches and more efficiencies to be exercised in the trade environment. Other global climate change policy goals just want to emphasize here that in order for us to negotiate more effectively, we need to be very clear on our understanding of what exactly that is in terms of climate change. How do you measure it? And by the way, in these negotiations, these are the questions that actually need to be put to these external pressures for us to adapt to these climate change strategies, and that internally from our own front door that we need to make that clear approach. Chapter 2, optimizing on the contribution of infrastructure towards economic growth and role of PPP. Want to jump straight to the point of findings in that ultimately, as I alluded to earlier, infrastructure is not just infrastructure as one thing. It has got different elements and niche and characteristics in different markets. In this sense, we found through our research that health, electricity, basic services of electricity and water to be a very effective determinant for economic growth. However, education infrastructure actually, in our research, empirical research, I should say, contributes negatively somehow to economic growth. And that is because why it's actually making economy going worse is because of the inefficiencies within the education sector, in that we have thrown in a lot of money into the education infrastructure. However, it does not give us the outcome that the other determinants like health, electricity, and water are bringing us in terms of economic performance. Also, we also did an analysis of the regulatory environment, and we found that the PPP concept is not well defined. It's being mixed up in terms of the government guarantees. Some of it is mixed up in the contingency reserve of government, sometimes on the financial side. But then on the supply chain also side, a management's perspective, it's also being put into this one chapter in National Treasury's budget review. However, it does not separate, it does not delineate clear enough about what exactly are the do's and don'ts in terms of this agreement or contract with the private sector that constitutes or qualifies it to be a PPP agreement or project. In such a sense, then, that we found that actually PPP, because of this poorly defined scope of the PPP investments, that we don't see actually significant outcome of these PPP projects. In fact, we actually see a lot of these terminations and or delays and confusions, and then things just land up in the courts, and that takes forever to disentangle. And we also looked into, as I said, further case studies in the South Africa context of the PPP, and that one perhaps just mention that what is coming next, one would through our research going worse is because of the inefficiencies within. Apologies. And then is that especially the PPP projects that have been put on for these solar and power plants or these just transition energies, as I alluded to earlier, there is some aspect of it that is causing concern for us as Financial and Fiscal Commission, because it's labeled as a contingency reserve. It's labeled as a government guarantee. It's labeled as a green project, as a just transition project. However, it ultimately is a loan that requires interest payments and debt and taking on of essentially an industrial reform on the way of production of power that may not be suitable for us at this very moment. in terms of our stages of development. We also did some international case. Let me go over the recommendations with you, Honourable Chair members. Is that we say the Commission, we recommend that infrastructure development should be prioritized on projects that make a direct contribution towards sustainable development. This should be an exercise that is objective, empirically based, evidence-based, and not of just some ideological sense that, okay, that this infrastructure growth, what is it? We don't know. We just throw more money in at it. That will not give us the outcome that we desire. Second, to enhance efficiency and clarity for the use of PPP, we need to know who is doing what. We need to have, therefore, a framework from the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Public Works to say what constitutes a PPP framework in order to guide and to protect, in fact, both the public sector and the private sector in this partnership agreement that, as we all know, it can be incredibly difficult to do, and even it would easily become manipulated or exploited, becomes corrupt, if we don't have this clear definitional framework for both parties. And also that this contract enforcement and that it needs to adopt a robust risk-sharing mechanisms. And this ought to be monitored through no less the legislature itself, because these laws and these laws and framework has to come via legislation for its approval or ascension in order to be implemented. Third, Chapter 3, strengthening subnational government's contribution to infrastructure-led growth. We basically did an overview analysis of all the incentive infrastructure grants, and ultimately, the summary conclusion of it is that we find no clear relationship between the performance of these incentives, all right, the meaning as in performance of the provinces to these incentive allocations. In other words, provinces that perform well or has resolved significant challenges, they don't get rewarded enough. And in fact, we see this, for example, here, that the performance is actually going lower, but the allocations keeps going higher, or that's the same story, or that actually the expenditure even just on spending the money has been going lower, but yet we're throwing a lot more allocations to it until, of course, the adjustments in terms of the budget adjustments coming in November and December. But then, as you, Honourable Chair members would know, and executive members clearly so, is that by then you're already closing in on the end of your financial year. And by then the question becomes, what can one implement and what can one even spend if the money is only coming in at the end of December? Further to that is that we see this lack of subnational coordination. But when we say coordination, we are saying ultimately is that the parties involved in this implementation of infrastructure development at the subnational sphere, they did not get support, or they are not being supported enough to be able to cooperate effectively with other spheres of government in order to implement these projects. And so we also find out that effectively that parties involved are not clear in terms of the scope and mandates within these admittedly infrastructure projects, which are cross-cutting in many respects. Therefore, the recommendation for this chapter is that as a means to a single window of coordination, we need to consolidate that, we need to make that streamlined, and that the Minister of Finance, in collaboration with the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, should set out this subnational infrastructure coordination framework. But mindful that it should not be a top-down approach, because these infrastructure builds ultimately are in the local municipalities, in the provinces. They're not at the national sphere, which deals mostly with policies. So we just want to make emphasis that it should not be a top-down big brother approach to these infrastructure bills. These infrastructures are at the local level, at the provincial level. And also to strengthen that link between infrastructure performance and funding, Minister of Finance needs to review its performance-linked mechanisms, because, as we said earlier, there are incentive structures. It's just that these incentive structures of the conditional grants for subnational spheres don't make sense. Not even financial sense, not even performance sense. An assessment of the Performance Coalition-led municipalities. Earlier session, Honourable Chair members, on the elections and so forth. I think this chapter particularly would be most helpful in that from the empirical evidence that FFC has conducted, we find that without a doubt, right, empirically, that the municipalities, all right, using from the before and after 2021 local government election, that the municipalities with hung councils perform slightly, very slightly better than the municipalities with majority-led council on averages, but make no mistake, as we can see here on these bars, is that it also comes with significant risks of uncertainty, particularly if you cast your eye over on this right-hand side graph. You can see that the green dots or blue dots in the middle with a hollow middle is slightly higher. However, the bars are significantly wider than in the hung councils versus majority. That means that there are councils that after they've entered into a hung council arrangements through the elections, that they perform significantly worse. And so this is a issue of the voters' incentive, in that, or the voters' choice, in that they may want to move from majority to hung for whatever reason, but we're not sure. I don't think that it has to be made clear to them that it also comes with significant risks that can go either a good way or bad way in this sense, in terms of municipal performances. And particularly, and we used the variable of water access as the measure of performance here, but we haven't done research on the budgets or the processes or even other performance indicators and of governance that may be showing other results or conclusions. And so just want to make very clear that FFC, we're not supporting either way of the governance structures, because that is the voters' own discretion and it's their right. However, what we are saying is, from the empirical research, that we need to be aware that it is ultimately coming, it does come from a majority to a hung council, that it does come with significantly higher risks of good and bad performance of basic services. And that for that reason, our recommendation here emphasizes that the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs should identify key challenges. Key challenges, what are those reasons in the first place for the citizens and the voters to choose either way of their votes? I think if once that issue, that key or root cause challenge can be addressed, then we won't be so shall we say, distraught by this hung council versus majority council issue, because that's actually ultimately it's a political outcome that is by virtue of the voters' rights. Chapter 5, which is the last chapter, Honourable Chair members, bear with me, is that measuring the fiscal pressures of urbanization. In this chapter, ultimately what was our research have shown that because of the density of the population and therefore of the consumer behavior of households and the economic activities of households, with the higher density of it, it comes with amplification of all the issues and all the services demands. What that means is, for example, imagine basically in a city environment where households are much closer together, population density is high, and so a water access issue, say a water pipe burst, that affects way more people, right? Immediately and quite significantly in terms of sanitation and also even just water to cook, for example, than say far out in a more highly dispersed areas of municipalities, and so that's is applicable to all the settings of municipalities in that urbanization, it is a natural occurrence, but with it, we also need to be mindful of what that actually ultimately means. And what that means is that any and kind of excess issues of basic services becomes significant, it's become amplified. And so it needs to be addressed more urgently. And I think that is most applicable and most appropriate for province, and that is highly populated, highly density-wise, is the KZN provincial legislature. We also did some modeling in terms of the other socioeconomic outcomes and indicators of that incidence, whereby everything it quickly becomes amplified an issue in urban areas, and so for it's common across all urban areas and cities. And hence our recommendations in this chapter from the evidence-based research that we have learned is that we reiterate our recommendations from the 2018-19 submission that Minister of Finance should create an awareness of that land value capture fiscal instruments among larger cities and extend the scope of the financial management grant to cater for capacity building in design and implementation of the land value capture mechanisms. What this means, we are saying, is that because of this heightened demand and pressure of urbanizing or urban areas, what therefore these urban areas and in effect all municipalities should look into is how to ensure that its current and its land value in particular as a fiscal instrument, and it certainly has the fiscal power to collect money and value for using the land, that it be optimized. And so that you will create more of a fiscal buffer and fiscal resource in order to address the heightened and amplified effect of an urban city where households and populations is denser. Second, Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and with Minister of Finance should speed up that review of local government equitable share formula, and with it, I should say, also with the white paper review, because the white paper for local government of 1998 has been making assumptions that it is a one-size-fits-all, and that it has become, over the past 30 years, has become less and less applicable. That assumption has become further and further away from the reality that South Africa is facing. For instance, just one example of that is that in the white paper, you assume this sort of urban-rural divide. But in South Africa, that is not really the case. South Africa urban-rural divide is much more complex. You have urban areas whose standard of living and also the socioeconomic characteristics are just as bad as rural areas in the urban area. So what we have in South Africa, and this of course has got historical context to it, because of all the affirmative actions and moving and migration of individual and on the basis of race. And so this urban-rural, we need to make clear that there are also a significant portions of parts of South Africa that is urban poor or rural poor, and that there are also parts where that is other way around. And so this we are saying that that this policy of the white paper policy needs to be reviewed, and that these assumptions needs to be checked against the current realities of South Africa's local government environment. And lastly, that it should introduce innovative ways for municipalities to generate other revenues. As I said, it should of course optimize its current and also alternative revenue sources. Honourable Chair, members, let me hand over back to my chair to indicate on the next steps forward.
We also, honourable members, we recommend that the legislature should debate these recommendations of the Commission and be informed as you going to draft your negotiating mandates on the division of revenue bill. So this recommendation should inform your thinking on your mandate towards your final mandate as the province. Also to engage with National Treasury on any adjustments that you would want to be effected based on our recommendations. We'll now, Chairperson, hand over back to you for any clarity-seeking questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I will do the same as the past presentation done by the IEC to allow only few questions or clarity question to 3 people, if any. If there are none, kungathi sesidla ngale umuntu aphakamise isandla kimi. Yeah, but I hope I hope that it's too technical. I can understand. Yeah, but I hope that the presentation will receive the presentation so that we'll also revisit it anytime after this, so that we are sure of what we are doing. Then I can then move to Dr. Mbava if you have any remarks after this presentation before we close.
No, that's just to thank you so much, Chairperson and the members of the House for allowing the Financial and Fiscal Commission to come before yourselves to make these recommendations. The recommendations are essentially to capacitate you as members so that when you interrogate the budget for 2026, you can look at these recommendations to inform your negotiating mandate as to what you want to see happening in the province in terms of your allocations for the province. So we are giving you supporting information so that you can make informed decisions. But we are hoping, Chairperson, that it's not the last time that we come before the legislature and yourselves to debate these issues. If there's any further questions you want, you can also send those to us in writing. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much. I can now request the Chair of Chairs, Dr. Matlaba, for the vote of thanks.
Greetings, Chief Whip, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members, Dr. Mbava and the team. Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm not sure why there were no hands. I can only speculate. But thank you very much. I don't want to get into trouble, Honorable Mtombeni, by speculating. But thank you very much for the presentation. Hopefully, this has helped us as we continue to discharge our responsibilities here, and it will help us also to sharpen our debates. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mataba. I'm sorry, Matlaba. And also thanks the delegation. And thank the delegation from the FFC. Yes.
In the future,
it's
okay, Chief. Yeah, it's okay, Chief Whip. But I'm saying, in the future, my hand has been up, and I didn't want to interrupt him.
No. But I allowed you to speak. I allowed members to speak.
You
Do
did not allow me.
abuse the platform. So thank you very much, honorable members. So let's adjourn. It will be only 30 minutes lunch, so that we come back and cover the work of the legislature immediately. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Order, Madam Speaker.
Good afternoon, honorable members. Let's bow our heads in silent prayer and meditation. Amen. Good afternoon, honorable members. We will welcome back to the House Honorable Premier and your executive. You welcome back to the House after the briefings. We will go with announcements and tablings for the day, which is item number 2 on our order paper. Honorable members, let us take a moment to remember in our thoughts and prayers all the souls who have departed from us in the recent times. We want to mention the following persons in particular. Mr. Iec&Ffc, who is the son to the brother of Honorable P.N. Msimango. Of course, in the African culture, is a son. Mr. Sianda Mtokozisi Mvelase, a 27-year-old e-hailing driver who was shot and burned at Maponya Mall last week. He was originally from Nhlungwane area in Ulunji in our province. 4 people who settled passed over the weekend after a head-on collision between a car and a truck on the N2 between Amatikulu and Dogodweni. All artists and veterans in the entertainment industry, victims of gender-based violence, femicide and hate crimes, public servants and traditional leaders of this province and the country at large, and all other victims of road fatalities in our provinces during the recent past. Honorable members, I now request us to stand and observe a moment of silence to honor all those who have departed ahead of us, even those that were not mentioned by name. May their souls rest in peace. Honorable members, I want us now to move to item number 3, which is item 3 on the order paper, ruling on virtual sittings and voting, announcement on party voting during the sitting. Honorable members, as reminded that this sitting will be conducted in terms of our standing rules. Rule 2884 of the rule states that, open and close quote, the presiding officer or chairperson must, before or at the start of the discussion on the matter, expressly inform members if a party vote will be taken. In line with the above, I can confirm that the voting will take place on the election of Umkhonto Wesizwe permanent delegate to the NCOP. Bear in mind that a party vote is a collective vote on behalf of all the members of a party present at a virtual sitting, up to the total membership of that party in the sitting. I will, however, allow an opportunity for any individual member to vote differently from his or her party or to abstain if any member wishes to do so. We will now proceed with the rest of the items on the order paper. And the second is birthdays. I would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge and celebrate the birthdays of some of our esteemed colleagues. Firstly, join me in wishing a belated happy birthday to the Honorable P.N. Msimango, who celebrated his birthday on the 11th of August. Looking ahead, we also extend our warmest wishes in advance to the following members. Honorable Dr. N.N.G. Mahlaba, the chairperson of committees, who will be celebrating his birthday on the 23rd of August. Honorable Mr. C.T. Kanye, whose birthday falls on the 25th of August. On behalf of the entire House, both of you honorable members, I would like to wish you a joyful celebration and a year filled with good health, happiness, and continued success in the service to the people. Honorable members, as we are going to be doing once more today, we elect delegates to represent us as permanent delegates in the NCOP. Those delegates are members of this House, as we were informed at the induction. But today we have an honor of having two of the members who are here. We want to welcome the Honorable Mr. Mbili, who is also the whip of our province at the NCOP, who is in attendance. We also welcome the presence of the Honorable T.M. Kaunda, who is the chairperson on the Select Committee, is also in attendance. We acknowledge their presence, but we want to speak to the leader of our delegation, the Honorable Premier, on the continued presence of NCOP delegates when their programs allow, because that is how they get the mandate from the province and the issues under discussion. And remember, we don't have per se them as there as party. They are a province and they are led in that delegation by the Premier. We need to see more. We commend the stance taken by the current whip that you have to ensure that he is also part, together with the Honorable Kaunda, who is also been part. We commend the whip the stance taken by these members. We wish Honorable Billy it extends to the entire cohort because they are members in this House. Honorable members, on civic education, be advised that both the Speaker and Deputy Speaker will each be leading the teams during the upcoming civic education program scheduled to take place on Friday, that is tomorrow, the 22nd of August, 2025. All honorable members have been invited and are still invited to attend and participate in this program. The events we are had. The program will be held at two venues, which is Esikaleni in Ward 19, KwaHlanganani Hall, and KwaDlangezwa Ward 30 at Vulindlela Hall. Each of the gatherings will be led by either the Speaker or the Deputy Speaker. In the absence of one, it will be the deputies. It will be the Chair of Chairs and the Deputy. As we move forward, honorable members, it's important that the program starts at 9, promptly at 9, and all members who have been accommodated must endeavor to be present at exactly the starting time. This initiative is a key part of our commitment to strengthening democratic participation and enhancing the public's understanding of the role and work of the legislature. Your presence, honorable members, and active involvement will contribute significantly to the success of civic education and that participatory democracy in our province. We move on to the postponement of health functionality program. Honorable members are kindly advised that the health functionality program has been moved from the initial dates of 26 and 27 August 2025 to the 2nd and 3rd of September 2025. Please participate. Honorable members, there is also a postponement of the NCOP Provincial Week and Local Government Week. Kindly note that, as was shared with the WIPARI on their meeting of Wednesday, the 13th of August 2025, that the NCOP Week is taking place from 15 to 19 September. My office has also since received a letter. The NCOP has advised legislatures accordingly that this date, which was initially scheduled for the 2nd to the 4th of September 2025, has now been rescheduled to take place on the 15th to the 19th in a total different format, because it's the Speaker going with a delegation of chairpersons to the NCOP Provincial Week. And of course, there were two set chairpersons. The chairperson of COGTA and Human Settlements were the ones that are the two that were set. Then we will be working out a formula in consultation with the Chief Whip to make the delegation inclusive of the real state of the House, as it has both sides. Honorable members, remember to email or leave their speeches of debate and emotions with the staff at the table. This is an announcement that is like the one of declaration of interest. I usually refuse to make this announcement, and I have committed that I'm making it for the first and the last time. This is work of whips of the House to ensure that their parties conform to regulations that are stated. You are reminded that you have to email your debate to Mr. Alan Parrott, who is at the Hansard English Services. And you can also send that copy to Ms. Dlamini SN and Mr. Mbuli M. It is the last time, Honorable Kwala and Honorable Mngadi. Honorable members, appointment of members to committees. In terms of Standing Rules 1434, names of members appointed to committees must be published in the announcements, tablings, and committee reports without delay. There have been changes that affect the MK party, and membership has been changed as from the 20th of August in the following committees: SCOPA, Public Participation and Petitions, Education, STACOV, Rules and Program Committees. Chairpersons are advised to remind their administration to ensure that they use the attached one, which is part of the tablings today. Thank you, by the way, Honorable Mngadi, because you have resolved what arose out of the Standing Committee on Oversight regarding your party's change that was not officially. We appreciate that it has been made official, Honorable Whip. We move to the invitation to Royal Reed Dance Ceremony. His Majesty King Misuzulu Kazwelithini and the Royal Household and the Royalty, together with the MEC of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, cordially invite all members of the KwaZulu-Natal Legislature to attend the annual Reed celebration, which will be held at Emachobeni Royal Palace in Ngwavuma. On Saturday, the 6th of September 2025, starting at 10 o'clock. Honorable members, we have seen the email that was sent to members GDL requesting you who are attending to make requests for accommodation. If you don't take advantage of that, please don't come back crying foul. Honorable members, we now move to item number 4, which is announcement or report by the Premier, item 4 on the order paper. I therefore give this opportunity to you, Honorable Premier Ntuli.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Leader of Government Business, or MECs, Inkosi Yesizwe Sasemadungeni, the members of the legislature, in particular the whip of the NCOP, Honorable Bila and Honorable Kaunda. Honorable members, as we prepare to transition from Women's Month to Heritage Month, it is fitting to honor a political icon whose life and legacy embody the essence of both celebrations. That icon is Umntwana Wakaphindangene, the founder of Inkatha Freedom Party, established 50 years ago. Beyond being the IFP founder, he was also a respected traditional leader and a long-serving member of the Democratic South African Parliament, born on the 27th August, the very month dedicated to women. He passed away on the 9th of September 2023, coinciding with Heritage Month. His departure occurred on the eve of the Umkhosi Womhlanga celebration, a cultural event he deeply respected and cherished. We are pleased to announce that the launch of his resting place as a heritage site will align with his birthday on a Wednesday, 27 August, and the site is expected to be completed by 2027, marking what will have been his 100th birthday in a posthumous celebration of his legacy. Honorable Speaker, Heritage Month will mark the celebration of Umkhosi Womhlanga, the Reed Dance, which will be hosted for the first time at Emashobeni Palace in Epongola. Traditionally held at Enyogeni Palace for many years, this year's event marks a historic shift, bringing together thousands of maidens in a display of unity, pride, and cultural preservation. This year's Umkhosi Womhlanga is scheduled for the weekend of 13 September. Honorable members, as part of our relentless commitment to combat crime in the province, we hosted a crime-fighting imbizo in Umlazi on Tuesday, 19 August. In preparation for the imbizo, we conducted a roadblock on the busy Mangosuthu Highway, reinforcing the provincial government's ongoing effort to enhance road safety. This operation, predominantly staffed by women in celebration of Women's Month, specifically targeted unroadworthy vehicles and reckless driving, two leading causes of road accidents in the province. Following the roadblock, we visited Iec&Ffc High School to inspect the CCTV cameras installed under the Department of Community Safety and Liaising's school safety program. This surveillance system plays a crucial role in deterring crime and preventing the theft of school resources. And the program is going to be also finding expression in other schools, prioritizing those that are hotspots of crime. We later had an engagement with the stakeholders on crime, meeting the spiritual leaders, business leaders, where there was a commitment by stakeholders who were in the meeting, including the education sector, that we must work together in fighting crime in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. The Department of Community Safety and Liaising has handed over the mobile police stations, trucks to subs in the province of KwaZulu-Natal, which were allocated one to Inanda, Kwambonambi, Bulwa, and Kwamakhuta as a means of supporting the fight against crime in the province. We have visited on the 15th Amajuba, wherein we unveiled the luxurious Solomoni Mahlangu, wherein we unveiled schools, state-of-the-art classrooms built in two schools, and also here in eThekwini, Solomon Mahlangu Primary Schools, which is located in Konopia, was also officially handed over for serving the community. Following the deadly floods that many people destitute, the provincial government of unity continues to the welfare of flood victims by building quality houses. Recently, we embarked on Operation Siyahlola to examine the progress of the construction of 1,200 houses in Konopia, the Department of Human Settlement, under the leadership of Honorable MEC Duma, have ensured that 113 houses will be completed over the next 4 months to provide safe and dignified shelters for families displaced by the floods. This intervention is part of the Provincial Disaster Management Plan, which aims to ensure that by 2027, every affected citizen will be housed in a place with full facilities. All transitional residential units are scheduled to close by January 2028, with 837 houses to be completed by December next year. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to present the announcements.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. We will now move to the next item, which will be tablings of reports or papers. The KZN Legislature tables the budget performance in-year monitoring report for the month of July 2025. The Department of Finance, or known as Provincial Treasury, tables consolidated municipal budget performance report, fourth quarter review 2024-25. Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs tables their consolidated municipal annual performance report in terms of Section 47 of the Municipal Systems Act. KZN Provincial Disaster Management Center's annual report 2024-25 financial year. Provincial Management Center report on the monitoring and implementation of the disaster management legislation. Annual report on post-disaster grants monitored April 2024 to March 2025. Fire and Rescue Services Coordination Annual Report from 1 April 2024 to 31 March 2025. And Fire and Rescue Services Coordination Functionality Annual Report 2024 to 2025. The Public Service Commission also tables the report on the inspections conducted at the Hammersdale, Chatsworth and Pavilion Home Affairs offices in KwaZulu-Natal in July 2025. The Department of Agriculture and Rural Development tables the Agribusiness Development Agency 2025-26 annual performance and 2025-2030 strategic plan. The Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs tables strategic plan 2025-2030 and annual performance plan 2025-2026. If there is any tabling that we may have not recorded, we request members to indicate. We so long move to item number 6 on the formal motions or notices by the Chief Whip, which is item 6 on the order paper. Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, I do have a motion. Must I continue?
You want to continue? The Chief Whip has a motion, and let's allow the Chief Whip so that we then check concurrence with the motion.
Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier of our province, Honorable Leader of Government Business, Honorable Members of the Executive, the Leader of the Official Opposition, Nkosi Chiliza, Honorable Members of the Legislature. Honorable Speaker, I have a motion, a resolution of the House regarding the appointment of the MK Party permanent delegate to the NCOP. This motion is a motion without notice, moved under Standing Rule 105, bracket 1 and bracket H, with unanimous concurrence of all members present in the House. The presiding officer is required to put the motion to the vote for approval as a resolution of the House under Standing Rule 103 in bracket 2. Noting that 1, according to the formula set out in section 2, bracket 2 of the Determination and Delegates, National Council of Provinces, Act 1998, Act number 69 of 1998. The MK Party is entitled to 3 permanent delegates in KwaZulu-Natal provincial delegation to the National Council of Provinces. 2, the legislature has been informed by the chairperson of the NCOP that Honorable Zamathembu Nokthula Ngcobo, who was previously appointed as one of the MK Party permanent delegates to the NCOP, has passed on. 3, the MK Party has nominated Ms. Lungile Precious Mhlongo, whose ID is 8601080383 as a new member or a new MK permanent delegate to the NCOP, and this nomination was received by the Speaker on Monday, the 11th of August, 2025. 4, in terms of the National Council of Provinces permanent delegate vacancies, Act number 17 of 1997, the legislature is required to appoint a new permanent delegate within 14 days of the date on which the nomination is received by the Speaker. This House therefore resolves to appoint Ms. Lungile Precious Mhlongo as the permanent delegate to the KwaZulu-Natal provincial delegation to the National Council of Provinces as nominated by the MK Party. I so move, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip, and thank you, Honorable Members. We now need to vote on the resolution pertaining the appointment of the MK permanent delegate to the NCOP. But before that, can I first ascertain whether there is unanimous consent by all parties that the motion be moved without notice in terms of Rule 105(1)(h). I will start with the IFP. Do you concur?
Thank you, Chair. Madam Chair, the IFP concurs.
ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The ANC concurs.
The DA.
Madam Speaker, we have to, I guess, so yes, we concur.
Huh?
We do concur, the DA.
Thank you. For the record, it's important. The EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. The Economic Freedom Fighters concur. Thank you.
Thank you. The next party is the NFP. The NFP.
Honorable Speaker, the NFP concurs.
The MK.
Honorable Speaker,
No. Chief Whip.
Honorable Speaker, Umkhonto weSizwe Party concurs.
Thank you. Members, I have concurrence from parties, but we have to ascertain if is there any member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? Honorable member that is calling Honorable Mdebele as Mafika, you are out of order. He is Honorable Mdebele. Is there any member? Okay. Thank you. It is confirmed that the motion of the Chief Whip may be moved without notice with the unanimous concurrence of all the members present in the House, except the delegates of the NCOP on voting matters. We want to emphasize that. I will now put the resolution to the vote. As I indicated prior to, I will now go party by party to obtain the vote and thereafter check if any members wishes to record an individual vote. We are now voting on the name of the member. I will start with the IFP.
Madam Speaker, we support.
ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The African National Congress supports.
DA.
Madam Speaker, the Democratic Alliance supports the motion.
EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. The Economic Freedom Fighters support. Thank you.
NFP. Honorable Speaker.
I-National Freedom Party yavuma ukuthi makahambe.
MK.
Honorable Speaker, Umkhonto weSizwe Party supports.
Members, I have had votes from all parties. Is there a member who wishes to express an individual vote that is different from their party vote or to abstain? Honorable Mafika. Hello, there is someone speaking on the virtual platform.
Sorry, Speaker, I was saying it's Honorable Mafika ofuna ukuvota ngokuhluka.
You represent the public, of course, but you don't represent honorable members. They get represented by their party whips, sir. So, Secretary, if there's none, can I ask for the tally of the votes? You have no more than 5 minutes to tally the votes. The doors will remain locked. Upandle. Table staff, ensure that the doors are locked as the secretary does the tallying of votes. You cannot not know what is in the order paper if you are a service officer. You cannot. No, Honorable Ndabela, you are outside. Honorable Mrs. Melane, it's voting time, Madam. Ngathoma 5 minutes uyashesha ke kunalonini ubhale phaphezulu nobhala. Nobhala, are you ready?
Yes, Madam Speaker, we are ready.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, the total numbers of members present, including the presiding officer, is 73. Physically present is 67. Virtually present is 5. That takes it to 72. There are 6 members absent, including the member that has stepped out. There's 1 vacancy, giving a total of 80. The members in support is 72, against no, absent 6. Thank you. I rephrase, 72 in support, against no. Thank you.
Honorable members, it's 72 that voted. The one did not vote in terms of the Constitution, and 72 voted in favor. Against nil, abstentions nil. The ayes have it. Honorable members, we have a new delegate of the KwaZulu-Natal province from the MKP component, which is Miss Lungile Precious Mhlongo. That then concludes the business that concerns the locking of doors. I am hoping they are clapping for the whips of parties that supported them and voted. That's my hope. Now, honorable members, we move to the next item, which is notices of bills and motions, which is item 7 on the order paper. Honorable MJ Nkwanyana. Ibani reda sinamaqhubu siyaqeda sidlule.
Honourable Speaker, to our Premier, MECs, Chief Whip of this House, I greet you all. On the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes the latest quarterly labour force service from State SA shows that South Africa's unemployment rate has increased again, jumping from 33.2% into 32.9%. This is up to recorded in the first quarter of 2025, which itself was higher than the 31.9% recorded in the quarter before. This House resolves to call for an urgent parliamentary debate on South Africa's persistently high unemployment rate, particularly among the youth, and its far-reaching negative effects on society. These include residing poverty levels, growing inequality, social unrest, and reduced consumer spending. I shall so move.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to yourself, the Honourable Premier, Honourable MECs, Honourable Members, and all present. Honourable Speaker, I hereby give notice that on the next sitting day of this House, I shall move as follows. This House declares war on corruption, the ultimate betrayal of our people. In KwaZulu-Natal, no thief of public trust will be spared. Inspired by nations like Singapore, Kuwait, and China, we demand the harshest punishment, swift prosecution, maximum sentences, and permanent removal from public life. Corruption ends here, or so will the careers of those who dare commit it. I thank you. I shall so move.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I hereby give notice that at the next sitting of the House, I intend to move as follows, that this House notes with appreciation that the Government of Provincial Unity model has proven effective, as demonstrated by the achievement of clean audits in several departments since its formation, including the Office of the Premier, Agriculture, Rural Development, Provincial Treasury, and this legislature, and further resolves to continue strengthening the GPU as cornerstone of accountability and service excellence in KwaZulu-Natal, shall so move. Thank you.
Honourable MP Kwala.
Honourable Speaker, and I've greeted all other members from the Premier. On the next sitting day of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes between 9th and 17th July 2021, South Africa faced violence, protest, and unrest, mainly in KwaZulu-Natal and Gauteng, triggered by opposition to former President Jacob Zuma's arrest. The events involved looting, arson, and destruction of property. Around 40,000 businesses and 50,000 informal traders were affected, placing 150,000 jobs at risk due to closures and delays in restocking and reopening. This House resolves to call for an urgent parliamentary debate on the adequacy of the existing measures and strategic plans within the South African government to fully prepare for, prevent, and respond to any future orchestrated campaigns of public violence, destruction, and economic sabotage. I shall so move.
Thank you, Speaker. This House notes that August is a Child Health Month, which serves as a crucial reminder of our collective duty to safeguard the health, safety, and well-being of children. Despite our many efforts as government to address various socio-economic challenges, children remain vulnerable to a variety of risk factors, including malnutrition, preventable diseases, abuse, and unsafe environments. I hereby move for a united call to action that the whole of society, including families, schools, communities, faith-based organizations, civil society, and government, work together to protect children against all threats that undermine their health and development. I so move.
Honourable M.E. Dlungwana.
Mr. Somlomo. In the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. This House notes that education remains the foundation of social and economic transformation as affirmed by the ANC Manifesto and the Freedom Charter. It is for this reason that on the 1st of August 2025, the MEC for Education, Honorable Somuga, officially opened Iec&Ffc Secondary School, as well as the YWCA Special Needs School in Newcastle. Equally, on the 15th of August, the MEC also officially opened the Solomon Mahlangu Primary School here in Konupia in Durban. The House therefore resolves, 1, to commend the MEC and the provincial government for expanding access to quality education. 2, that the House notes that this as a demonstration of our government's commitment to infrastructure development. I shall so move.
Honorable BNC Tole Muloyi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. May I switch off my camera? My apologies for that. Honorable Speaker, on the next sitting of this House, on behalf of the African National Congress, I shall move as follows. Noting that 2025 marks the 70th year of Freedom Charter, the guiding document that guides our democracy. We also note that the ANC since 1994 has been in the forefront of advancing women's rights and representation, ensuring progressive gender balance in this legislature and government structures. This commitment flows from the ANC's vision of a non-sexist society, as also it's articulated in the Freedom Charter. Whilst political parties often reduce the struggle of women's emancipation to mere rhetoric without demonstrating it in their own leadership structures, this House should therefore resolve to commend the ANC for leading gender transformation and urge all parties to emulate this in advancing women's emancipation, and to reaffirm the legislature's commitment as a site of women's liberation struggle. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable F.A. Masiko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the next sitting of this House, on behalf of the African National Congress, I shall move as follows. This House notes that unemployment remains a serious challenge in South Africa, demanding urgent and innovative responses from government. The African National Congress, guided by its manifesto, continues to prioritize job creation as an apex goal in the fight against poverty and inequality. Therefore, the MEC for Health has advanced employment creation through the announcement of about 270 posts, providing opportunities, particularly for young professionals, while strengthening service delivery. The House therefore resolves to reaffirm that job creation remains the central priority of the ANC and commends this administration for taking forward the manifesto of the ANC, which puts the people first. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable T.J. Broteseth.
Honourable Speaker, I give notice that at the next sitting in this House, I shall move as follows. Notes that the Umgeni Utugela Water will be implementing water curtailments on 1 September 2025 in eThekwini, Msunduzi and Ngundlovu. Notes that these measures have been necessitated by a failure to arrest rampant water loss figures in these municipalities. The House hereby resolves for the Premier to urgently intervene in this water crisis and bring the full weight of his office to bear to remedy this dire situation. So shall I move. Thank you.
The Honorable H.S. Lidget.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that KwaZulu-Natal's rivers face alarming pollution, threatening human health, wildlife, and ecosystems in a water-scarce country where every drop counts. Raw sewage, industrial waste, and plastics poison communities and erode resilience to climate change, while neglect risks irreversible environmental collapse. Clean rivers are indeed a right. This House resolves that the MSC for Etia urgently establish a team to test water quality in major rivers, implement a province-wide river cleaning program, and roll out environmental education and waste management support for communities living alongside rivers. I so move.
Honorable Emna.
Madam Speaker, I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that Inanda Road linking Hillcrest, Waterfall, Crestholme, and Molweni has deteriorated into a corridor of danger. Fatal crashes, severe congestion, and long-delayed upgrades have left communities at daily risk. Despite commitments after the April 2022 floods to repair drainage system and resurface damaged sections, no meaningful progress has been made. Residents' petitions have gone unanswered, and the road continues to undermine both public safety and local economic activity. This House resolves that the Honourable MEC for Transport urgently prioritise funding, fast-track rehabilitation, and establish a permanent maintenance program to restore Inanda Road as a safe and reliable lifeline. So shall I move.
Honorable S. Mngadi.
Honourable Speaker, I hereby give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. The Democratic Alliance welcomes the progress made by the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development in tackling food and mouth disease in the province, which has crippled livestock farming and burdened rural communities. Recent updates to the Agricultural Portfolio Committee showed that control measures, surveillance, and vaccination campaigns are beginning to yield results. This House resolves that these steps are vital for restoring export confidence and protecting livelihoods. While encouraged, the DA within the Government of Provincial Unity will continue to monitor implementation, demand transparency, and ensure resources reach farmers. We commend progress, but urge deeper collaboration with experts, veterinarians, and farmers to eradicate FND permanently. I shall so move.
Honorable T. Colley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I give notice that at the next sitting of this House, I shall move as follows. Noting that Msunduzi municipality has been under administration for many years with no notable improvements and a shocking decline in service delivery. We welcome MEC Buthelezzi's appointment of Mark Sutcliffe. However, more needs to be done urgently. This House resolves to call on the Premier to prioritise and fast-track the working group's diagnostic report and recovery plan that will bring much-needed turnaround in Msunduzi. So shall I move.
Honorable L.M. Mayor.
Honourable Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that I shall move for the next sitting of the House as follows. The House notes that small rural towns need improved economic opportunities. The national government owns many properties in the province of KwaZulu-Natal that is underutilised or unutilised. The Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Minister Dean McPherson, in July handed over properties in Nkandla to the local municipality to be used to unlock economic opportunities. The House therefore resolves to thank Minister McPherson and the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure for buying into this province's vision of making sure public properties are used for the good of the public, and to encourage the National Department to continue this program and ensure that the people of KwaZulu-Natal reaps the benefits of publicly owned land. So shall I move.
Honorable C.M. Shinga.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I hereby give notice on behalf of the National Freedom Party that in the next sitting of the House, I shall move as follows. This House notes with concern the persistently high unemployment rate in KwaZulu-Natal as reported in the first quarterly labour force survey. Despite a marginal decrease, too many citizens, particularly women and youth, remain without work. This House therefore resolves to call upon the provincial government to intensify job creation strategies, to cut the red tape that hinders small business growth, and strengthen the support for skills development. Urgent and coordinated action is required to ensure that KwaZulu-Natal becomes the province of opportunity where economic participation is accessible to all. Madam Speaker, I shall so move.
Honorable NPZ Cele.
Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the MK Party, I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting day of this House as follows. To prioritize strong oversight of KwaZulu-Natal disaster relief and emergency response allocations, recent weather-related disasters have exposed glaring weaknesses in our provincial system. Millions in post-disaster funds remain unaccounted for, and communication breakdowns persist. This House therefore resolves to call on the provincial executive to table full closed-out reports on all funded disaster interventions, ensure transparent procurement processes, and urgently establish partnerships with civil society to strengthen implementation. Communities cannot suffer while money disappears or systems fail. It is the duty of the House to hold departments accountable and ensure funds reach their intended beneficiaries. I so move. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Bisim Gati.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members, ngiphakama on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party ukuba indlu yesishayamithetho saKwaZulu-Natal ngokuhlala okulandelayo sifisa idingide nantu udaba oluyinzuka yikeyi olubalulekile. Ingcindezi ebhekene nabantu ikakhulukazi abamnyama KwaZulu-Natal ngodaba lwamanzi iyasikhathaza njengomkhonto weSizwe Party. The Department of Culture in KwaZulu-Natal usehluleke wancama ukuletha izidingo nokubambisana nemikhandlu yezifunda ngokuhlinzeka abantu ngamanzi. Umthethosisekelo waseNingizimu Afrika isigaba sama-27 subsection 1B ugcizelela ilungelo kuwona wonke umuntu ukuba azuze amanzi nokudla, kepha uhulumeni we-GPU uyasiphula lesi sigaba somthetho ngokungahlizeki abantu bakithi. I shall so move.
Honorable T. Nene.
Honorable Chairperson, on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe, I move that at the next sitting of this House, the House deliberates on the weak, vulnerable, and porous borders we have in this province, which results to an influx of illegal immigrants, which is the cause for immigration crisis. The poor management control also impacts on unemployment rate, human and drug trafficking, and weakens the state of the economy. This also impacts on the car thefts and hijackings in the Umkhanyakude region, specifically, particularly near the border of Mozambique. I so move.
Honorable S.D. Mabaso. Honorable S.D. Mabaso.
Honorable Chair.
Yes. Oh, ubulkhohliwe igama lakho mhlonishwa. Igama lakho ubulkhohliwe. Oh.
Honorable Chair, I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting day of this House as follows. The MKP condemned the ongoing spate of violent attack and targeted killing of municipal workers across KwaZulu-Natal. Most notably, the recent brutal murder of the Umsinga Fire Department Superintendent, Mr. Khalisa Kemchun, who was shot and killed while driving home from work in the Fabeni area. These acts threaten public service delivery and morale. okungamanyala. The House therefore calls upon the provincial government to immediately work with SAPS to establish a security protection protocol for all at-risk municipal officials, accelerate investigation into these crimes, and ensure perpetrators are brought to justice. We must not allow intimidation and violence to destabilize local governance and public service. I so move.
Honorable Siti Kanyi.
Honorable Speaker, I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting day of this House as follows. I rise on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party to express deep concern over the escalating gang violence in the northern Durban area, particularly in KwaMashu, Inanda, and surrounding communities. This violence threatens lives, disrupts livelihood, and undermines public safety. This House calls on the KZN Department of Community Safety and SAPS to urgently intervene, increase visible policing, and work with community structures to dismantle these gangs. A coordinated response is vital to restore peace and protect our people. Therefore, this House resolves to debate and prioritize urgent solutions to this crisis. I so move.
Honorable J.P.N. Gasa.
Honorable Speaker, in the next sitting of this House, I shall move on behalf of Umkhonto weSizwe Party and move that this House debates the empowerment of Black women in the agricultural sector and farming in general in this province. I so move. Thank you.
Honorable M.A. Dex, I am told he is not in the House. Now, honorable members, that then brings us to the end of the notices of motions that were of bills and motions by the honorable members. We will now. No, there is no depot in the list I have. There is no depot here in the list. Show me. I call upon Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I hereby give notice that I shall move on the next sitting day of the House as follows. This House notes with concern that many young girls from indigenous families miss school during their menstrual cycle as they cannot afford to buy sanitary towels. The restriction imposed by the lack of free sanitary towels are a violation of several socio-economic rights, most importantly, the right to human dignity, equality, reproductive health care, and education, because these rights are implicated by menstrual hygiene. This House therefore resolves that the government provide free sanitary towels to girls and women and makes them accessible in every public space, as it is the case with the condoms, to ensure that menstruation does not hinder access to education for poor and rural learners. I shall so move. Thank you.
Uxolo kwakhona mhlonitshwa. Sicela ke ngokwazisa ukuthi we've come to the end of the notices of bills and motions as were raised by members, and sincerely apologize on record for having missed one member of this House. No malice was intended. We're now going to the orders of the day, which is item 7 on the order paper, which is a debate on the first ANC motion. Before I call upon the mover of the motion, I have received a request from the Chief Whip of the ANC, Honorable B.M. Zuma, who is the chairperson of Agriculture in this House, that the party has invited some of the family members that relate to the motion. We have given them permission to be in the House. We are not sure whether it's physical or through connection, but we want to welcome and recognize their presence in the House. Now we will move to the motion as tabled by the Honorable H.G. Esma Vimbela of the ANC on the 5th of June 2025. And the motion as relating to the official inquests that are currently underway into the death of both Chief Albert Luthuli and Mr. Griffith Mxenge. We are now going to call upon the Honorable Member to come and introduce the motion for 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. My revolutionary greetings to Mxenge and Luthuli family who joined this sitting through the visual platform. We meet today at a critical juncture in our democracy. Since 1994, under the leadership of the African National Congress, our nation has traveled a long road from oppression to freedom, from humiliation to dignity, from exclusion of majority to democracy. This government has been able to build institutions of democracy, extend rights to all our people, and ensure that never again shall one race dominate another. Yes, as history teaches us, every generation faces its own test. The test before us today are not of apartheid's making alone, but of a global era marked by turbulences, opportunism, and erosion of truth. Around us, we see forces that thrive on division, falsehood, and the deliberate distortion of history. We see political opportunism seeking to fracture our hard-won unity. We see the propaganda of the past resurfacing in a new guises to weaken the democratic consensus that the ANC built with our people in 1994. It is in this context that we must turn our moral anchors, leaders of our liberation struggle, whose courage, clarity, and sacrifice continue to guide us. For when society is tested, when truth itself is under attack, we must return to the values of leaders who refuse to compromise, who choose the difficult road of sacrifice over the easy path of silence. Amongst those leaders stand Chief Albert Luthuli and Griffith Mxenge. Inkosi Albert Luthuli yayingaphezu kokuba umengameli jikelele we-African National Congress, kepha wayengunembeza womzabalazo wethu. Wayeyindoda ebonisa umhlaba ukuthi ukulwela inkululeko yabantu base-Afrika kwakungasekwele ekuziphindiseleleni, kodwa kwakunokuthula, ubulungiswa, nesithunzi somuntu. Waklonyeliswa ngendondo ye-Nobel Peace Prize ngenxa yalesi sizathu. Ngesikhathi umbuso wobandlululo ufuna ukumvala umlomo, ngesikhathi umphuca ubukhosi basemvoti Mission Reserve akazange ahlehle agobe uphondo. Instead, he proclaimed boldly that, and I quote, "The road to freedom is via the cross," close quote. He taught us that true leaders is measured not by titles bestowed by the oppressor, but by the loyalty to the cause of the people. Honorable members, Griffith Mxenge, a son of this province, was a lawyer who turned the courtroom into a battlefield of liberation, who defended activists when few others did. He gave legal cover to those who challenged the regime. He lived every day as though justice was non-negotiable. For that courage, he was brutally assassinated in 1981 by apartheid death squad. His body bore the scars of that savage, but his spirit remains unbroken. His sacrifice, like that of so many of our martyrs watered the tree of freedom on which we all stand today. Malunga ahloniphekile, laba kwakungewona amadoda ajwayelekile, babe izibani zokuziphatha eNingizimu Afrika, babe ngabaholi ababonisa isibindi, ubunye nokukhuluma iqiniso esikudinga kakhulu kunakuqala esikhathini sethu manje. It is not coincidence that both Chief Luthuli and Griffiths Mxenge found their political home in the African National Congress, for it was the ANC that stood for the total liberation of all South Africans, black and white. It was the African National Congress that gave voice to the dream of the Freedom Charter, that South African belongs to all who live in it. And it was the ANC that united chiefs, workers, students, professionals, women and men, rural and urban, into a mighty liberation movement that could not be defeated. Kodwa masikhulume singagwegwesi, umsebenzi osasisalele usemningi kakhulu. Yebo sitholile intando yeningi, yebo siwatholile amalungelo nenkululeko, kodwa umsebenzi wobulungiswa awukakapheleli. I-ANC njengomvikeli we-National Democratic Revolution iyaqonda ukuthi inkululeko ayigcini nje ngokuba namandla epolitiki, kodwa imayelana neqiniso, isithunzi nesokubuyisela kwalokho okwantshontshwa incindezelo. That is why the official inquest into the death of Chief Albert Luthuli and Griffiths Mxenge are so important. They are not simply legal proceedings to determine how these great South Africans died. They are part of our broader historical mission to tear away the lies of the apartheid state, to restore the dignity of our leaders, and to bring healing to the families and communities who have waited too long for the truth. Already, the evidence before this inquest is exposing the rot of apartheid propaganda. Already, it is showing us how the regime tried to bury its crime beneath layers of deception. These processes remind us that truth can never be buried forever. Kodwa iqiniso lithi lama inquest azophumelela kuphela uma umphakathi ikukakhulukazi lesi sishayamthetho stand firmly behind them. Lokhu akuphathelene ne-political convenience. This is about whether we, representatives of the people, have the moral courage to face the truth head on, or whether we will neglect that duty out of fear or expedience. Honorable members, justice demands more. Chief Albert Luthuli wephuca isikhundla sakhe sokuba inkosi yasemvoti mission ngokungafanele ngoba enqabile ukushiya i-African National Congress. Leso senzo kwakungekhona nje ukuhlasela isiqu somuntu, kodwa kwakuhlaselwa isithunzi sabo bonke ababefuna inkululeko. Ngakho-ke, ukumbuyisela endaweni yakhe kuwukubuyisela isithunzi emlandweni wethu. Kuukumemezela ukuthi awukho umbuso noma unonya kangakanani ongasusa ukuhlonishwa kwabaholi bethu. To fail to act as the legislature on this is to align ourselves with silence, is to fall into the hypocrisy of those who enjoy the fruits of freedom but hesitate to confront the roots of injustice. Kukukhaphela imhlatshelo yabafela ukholo lwenkululeko yethu. Somlomo ohloniphekile, i-African National Congress ngeke ibuvumele ubugwala obunjalo. We did not bury so many of our comrades. We did not sacrifice generations after generations only to turn away from the truth when it is finally within reach. This legislature is now on trial, a trial not on the court of law, but in the court of history. Our people will ask whether we had courage to honor Chief Albert Luthuli and Griffiths Mxenge, or whether we choose to betray their moral with inaction. Let us remember Chief Luthuli's word, and I quote, "Must we fold our hands in despair when we see our people drift to ultimate impotence and perpetual slavery? God forbidding that should be so untrue to Africa and the cause of freedom," close quote. Those words echo through this chamber today. They demand an answer. We will honor Griffiths Mxenge, who lived and died so that truth could one day stand unchained. Will we walk in the footsteps of this giant, by standing with integrity, or we will shrink in the face of history. The ANC says we must act. We must support the inquest. We must restore Chief Luthuli's rightful dignity. We must reaffirm as the legislature that cause of freedom is not finished until truth has been told, until justice has been done, and until the wounds of apartheid have been healed. Honorable Speaker, this is our test of moral courage. Leli yithuba lethu lokukhombisa abantu bakwaZulu-Natal ukuthi siyisimshamthetho sabo asilesabi iqiniso. Leli yithuba lethu lokubonisa ukuthi ukubuyisana ngaphandle kweqiniso kuthula okuyize nje. Let this house rise above division. Masibonise ubunye benhloso. Ake sihambe ezinyathelweni zika Albert Luthuli no Briefings Mxenge. In doing so, we honor not only their memories, but the countless South Africans who gave their lives for freedom. We prove that our democracy is alive, unafraid of its past, unshaken in its mission. Honorable Speaker, in the name of African National Congress and in the name of the matrix of our struggle, I call on this House to act with courage, with unity, and with vision. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Mavimbela. We now call upon Honorable Tima Dondo for 6 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, and the citizens of KwaZulu-Natal, I greet you all. I'd also like to extend my greetings to the Luthuli and Mxenge families whom I had there on a virtual platform. We convene today at a moment of solemn significance, entrusted with the responsibility of deliberating a motion that invokes the revered names of Chief Albert Luthuli and Griffiths Mxenge, eminent stalwarts of our liberation struggle. These men whose lives were tragically claimed by the oppressive machinery of apartheid stand as an enduring symbols of courage, sacrifice, and unwavering commitment to justice. Their legacies compel us to approach this matter with the utmost seriousness and integrity. The MK Party believes that this is not a genuine pursuit of restorative justice, nor is it a sincere gesture toward reconciliation. It is rather a calculated and deeply regrettable act of political exploitation, an unbecoming strategy employed by the ANC of Cyril Ramaphosa, which appears to have forsaken its moral bearings. By invoking the blood of our matrices for electoral advantage, the ANC diminishes the profound sacrifices that shaped our democracy. To present this motion under the guise of justice, it is to commit a grave injustice. It dishonors the legacy of Chief Albert Luthuli, Griffiths Mxenge, and countless others whose lives were devoted to the liberation of our people. Their memory deserves reverence, not political theater. To invoke their names now, so many years after their tragic assassinations, in the context of inquests that ought to have been initiated at the dawn of our democracy in 1994, it is not an act of reverence. It is rather a profound betrayal, a betrayal of the ideals for which these heroes gave their lives, a betrayal of countless South Africans who endured the cruelty of apartheid, and a betrayal of the very essence of justice itself. The ANC dares to speak of national healing, yet it does so while tearing open the very wounds that still bleed in our collective memory, just to win votes. Chief Albert Luthuli, a beacon of peace and dignity, was silenced in 1967. His death, casually dismissed as a train accident, was a cruel insult to truth. A lie the apartheid regime told without shame, erasing justice with indifference. Griffiths Mxenge, a fearless defender of human rights, was savagely murdered in 1981, stabbed 45 times in a brutal act meant to silence hope. His killers walked free, granted amnesty by the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which without ever uttering a word of apology. Where was the ANC? Where was the ANC's sense of agency back then? Why there was no demand for justice, where our newly established democracy presented an opportunity to hold the National Party's killers accountable. Reinstating Chief Luthuli as Inkosi of Umvoti Reserve feels symbolic, lacking real justice. Inkosi Luthuli and Mxenge didn't die for accolades or ceremonial gestures. They sacrificed for a free South Africa where land, dignity, and justice are restored. Yet, over 30 years into democracy, the ANC offers delayed and inadequate inquest, conveniently timed around elections. This is not justice. This is not justice. It is manipulation, a calculated move to exploit the grief of a nation mourning its stolen heroes, all in a bid to revive the ANC's waning credibility. Even more troubling is that this proposal comes from the ANC, now in alliance with the Democratic Alliance, a party whose origins and discourse mirror the very National Party responsible for the deaths of our leaders. Ramaphosa's ANC dares to speak of values while standing alongside those who carry the legacy of our former oppressors. This isn't reconciliation, it's a betrayal. Thousands of comrades were killed in our townships, buried without names, and their families still suffer. The ANC talks about values while ignoring their sacrifice. This is not justice, it is an insult. Honorable Speaker, justice delayed is justice denied. In 1994, the ANC could have held apartheid leaders accountable. Instead, they forgave without truth, letting those responsible walk free. Today, the ANC uses our heroes' names for political gain while failing the people. Land reform has collapsed. Most redistributed farms are unproductive. Wealth remains in the hands of a few while poverty grows.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. Before I move, inkinga ke imethe engizokhuluma ngayo iyaku-affect honorable Magubane. It has been said from this platform by one presiding officer, that is not me, that you are bringing things in the house that do not belong to the house. Whips. No, nifuna ukuthini kanjani? Nifuna ukuthini? Niletha amakane drink ehouseini, nanikubonaphi lokho? I am just saying that there are 3 cans that were retrieved. Honorable Gasa is shameless, does not want us to just pass on this, but she's one of the people who does that. Honorable members. No, Honorable Sam, sorry. I always call them by each other's name. Don't do that. Honorable Sam, there were 3 cans between the 2 of you there. Please, Honorable. No, not you, Honorable member, that side, the first female member in the MKP. And the Honorable member, the other Honorable member, who is a Honorable member. Thank you, sir, for not making the noise and everything for something that you've done wrong. Others must not be shameless, though. Honorable members, we are now calling upon the Honorable M. Kaula of IFP for 6 minutes. 3 cans.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the Provincial Executive, Honorable members, the Luthuli and Mklanga families, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored today to be testifying in this platform on behalf of Inkatha Freedom Party and reflect on the road traversed by two South African icons on their contribution to liberation and nation building in our country. I'm a direct and indirect beneficiary of some of the humanitarian contributions of the late Nkosi Luthuli and the late Advocate Griffiths Mxenge. My mentor and father, the late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi, founder and president emeritus of the IFP, was mentored by Inkosi Albert Luthuli in his youthful days in politics. Prince Buthelezi had two badges that he always wore in his IFP black beret his entire lifetime. One was that of Inkosi Albert Luthuli. The other was that of his uncle, the late Prince Iec&Ffc, Priestly Iec&Ffc. Symbolically, Priestly was the founding father of the African National Congress, which nurtured and grew Umntwana in politics, and Inkosi Luthuli was the last president of an unbanned and unexiled ANC leading to Rivona trial. In my secondary school days at King Bekuzulu College in Nongoma, I once found myself having to answer before a magistrate in the Mtobatoba Court of Law for violence that had erupted at the institution because of the racial tension that had led to a protest action at school. Being youngest at the time in my class and not even knowing what was going on and being confused about what was happening due to my age, it came as a surprise even to the magistrate when I was charged as one of the ringleaders of the protest. On the final day of the matter, when it was sitting for consideration before the magistrate, Advocate Griffiths Mxenge just appeared out of the blue and represented us. We had no idea who had organized him. It is now history that he threw that matter out of the window. We had not arranged him, we had not paid him, and had no idea how he was going to be paid. Of course, we were just high school students, but he was there for us. Indeed, Inkatha Freedom Party is in full support of the processes that we hope will lead to uncovering the truth in the mystery deaths of both Nkosi Luthuli and Griffiths Mxenge. The official reports that have always been with the inquest results into their deaths have always been contested as not true. It is important to their families, to the nation, to government, to their political homes, and to the struggle processes of nation building and social cohesion in our country that these mysterious deaths be resolved and recorded properly and accordingly. I do recall that the death of Advocate Mxenge led to a lot of finger pointing and escalated black on black violence in Umlazi and other areas around Durban at the time. So, uncovering what actually happened is important even for party-to-party relations and community-to-community relations in our country. Uncovering what happened is important for the concise, adequate, and proper recording of history and its events in our country. A lot of shenanigans took place during the apartheid era, and more often, Inkatha Freedom Party, Umntwana kaPhindangene, and IFP leaders became unnecessary villains for the actions they knew nothing about. We want these investigations to cleanse our leaders, cleanse our party cleanse our party for fingers that erroneously pointed at their direction without any proof. A lot of IFP leaders got assassinated during these times, for which, up to this day, there's never been a clarity about what happened. We wish that the government of the day and the justice system of the country not only stop at these two investigations. We want to know how Comrade Skonde was killed, Ubabo Absalom Shozi Malanga in Jimiston, whose body was later stolen from the mortuary and was never buried. We want to know about Mr. Winningston Sabelo, Mpekiseni Gwala, Sibusiso Hill, Zakhele Nkehli, and thousands of other leaders and activists. This good work which has started and which we support and commend greatly must leave no stone unturned in respect of these matters. Honourable Speaker, matters relating to Ubukhosi and claiming back the positions that may have unceremoniously been capsized, there are legal and proper channels of the country through which these matters are dealt with. I am aware that when the Honourable Premier of the province visited the resting place of the late Nkosi Luthuli on 27 April 2025, Nkosi's family did raise this matter with the Premier. The family was advised to take up the matter through the proper channels of the law and government. There is a mischievous misconception that leaders of both the IFP and ANC need to correct out there in the public. Inkatha Freedom Party and the African National Congress are not enemies. They are merely political contenders. Just like Kaizer Chiefs came from Orlando Pirates, the same happened in the way the IFP and ANC. It is not the first time post-1994 that the IFP and ANC co-govern the province and the country. And it is not a mistake. Maybe it is an opportunity which is a blessing in disguise. The ANC is, in its long history of existence, has produced a lot of offsprings, some unceremoniously, others, like the IFP, most graciously. Umntwana kaPhindangene was tasked by the ANC leaders to take up his rightful place of Ubukhosi of the Buthelezi clan, which he was resisting. Umntwana kaPhindangene was further tasked by the ANC leaders to take up the position of Prime Minister of the erstwhile KwaZulu government in order to block the apartheid Pretoria strategy of pulling wool in the international faces through homeland independence. This mission is a mission that Umntwana executed with utmost success, as the dominant Zulu kingdom became a heinous stumbling block and headache to the strategy of the then South African National Party government. Honourable Speaker, I'm raising these matters because a lot of dark forces. Thank you.
The next member, honourable members, for 4 minutes is the Honourable CQ Madlopa.
Honourable members, this debate takes place in the heart of our Women's Month, a month of memory, of pain, of a pride. It is a month when we as a nation bow our heads to salute the daughters of this soil who carried the heaviest chains of oppression, yet refused to be broken. These are women who raised children in the shadows of police raids. These are women who buried husbands and sons, only returned to the streets the very next day with a fist in the air and unshaken resolve. These are women who carried not only the burden of apartheid, but also the hopes of an entire nation longing for the freedom. It is their courage and sacrifice that light the path we walk today. It is within the context that we lift up the name of Comrade Iec&Ffc. His brutal assassination in 1981 by apartheid agents was not only an attack on him as a lawyer and activist, but also an assault of his family, his community, and the liberation struggle itself. And we dare forget that his wife, Victoria Mxenge, rose from the pain, carried the spear of struggle with dignity and courage, and also paid with her own life at the hands of the same murderous regime. Comrade Iec&Ffc was a fearless lawyer, a servant of people, and a revolutionary who turned the courtroom into a battlefield of truth. He exposed the cruelty of apartheid. He defended the voiceless, and he embodied the spirit of selfless sacrifice. His loyalty to the African National Congress was not by chance, but by conviction. Conviction that only the ANC carried the historic mission to build a democratic, just, and equal society. And that mission remains alive. And it is the duty of this legislature to also advance it. In advancing this mission, this House must follow the examples of Iec&Ffc by carrying forward the ANC vision of truly democratic and united South Africa. The task before us is not one of convenience, but of revolutionary obligation. Every law debated here, every policy adopted, must reflect the aspirations of the people and must defend the gains of our hard-won freedom. To do otherwise would dishonor the sacrifices made and weaken the democratic foundation laid with the blood of our martyrs. Comrade Griffiths Mxenge dreamed of South Africa, where truth defeats lies, where justice is not selective, and where unity is built on honesty and equality. It is the responsibility of this House and of all of us to ensure that such a vision becomes the live reality of our people, and that means rejecting political expediency and refusing to distort the truth that is the ANC that has carried the nation from the darkest of apartheid into the light of democracy. When apartheid assassins took the life of Griffiths Mxenge, they thought they had extinguished a flame, but they only fueled a fire that continues to burn in our constitution, in our freedom, and in the ongoing struggle to deepen the democracy. That fire must guide every decision of this House, the fire of justice, of equality, and people's power. The inquest into his assassin is not a matter of choice, but of justice. It must bring truth, accountability, and closure to his family, community, and the nation at large. The African National Congress will continue to lead this charge because we know that reconciliation without truth is false. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
We now call upon the Honorable LSO Hadebe of the MK for 5 minutes.
Greetings, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to all members of this august House. Revolutionary greetings to abazukulu nomndeni wonke wakaLthuli kanye nwakamxenge. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, this motion before us challenges me to quote a poem from Imbongi Yesizwe, Mr. Mzwakhe Mbuli, where he says, "I wish the dead could rise and see what their sacrifices have become." He also said, I quote, "Ukulimala komuntu, ukulimala kwengqondo, ukulimala kwengqondo, ukulimala komuntu." Ngiyasola ukuthi ilimele ingqondo ukukhongolosa. Again, IFP ilimele ingqondo nakunina. Angiboni nikwenza kanjani ukuthi sikhuluma nani nje nimbethe ingube yodwa nabelungu nabantu ababulala uGriffiths Mxenge. Abagcinanga ukubulala uGriffiths Mxenge. Uchief Albert Thuli kuyazeka kusobala ukuthi ubulawe amabhunu, ubulawa belungu, ubulawe ibona labaZulu sebeyibiza ngeDA. Bebe National Party besibulala sebeyi-DA bayazi. Honorable Brothathethe obani honorable ngekhathi besakhulu babe bamasosha bahambe ofundela ukudubula thina babuye emasosheni abakazi basitshela babulala abantu abangaki nabulala abantu abamnyama nasibulala sewukhongolose naphinde nasibulala nisaqhubeka nisasibulala. I think kusazofuneka kwenziwa.
Honorable Deputy Chief Whip, you may sit down. Take a seat, Honorable Member. You're saying what? Take your seat. No, Honorable Hadebe, take your seat. You know. Honorable members. We can continue now. Honorable Dlamini and Honorable Makubane, you are out of order. I do not understand. I was once a whip. I've never seen. I don't know when the chief whip stands up and another member stands. What is it that is happening? I recognize you, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. I've never seen it. I've only seen it with Honorable Makubane and his members. What rule are you on?
Thank you, Speaker. I'm rising on Rule 74, 1B, not B, sorry, C.
Rule 74(1)?
C.
C. A personal reflection against another member. Which member has?
I believe there was a personal reflection made against Honourable Brautase.
Okay. Honourable Hadebe. Honourable member, who's the second female in the line of the MKP, you are out of order. Honourable Hadebe, you have indeed entered into making personal reflections. As you got carried on saying that ZP's bomb, you were even pointing to a member. That is out of order. Apologize and withdraw unconditionally. Okay, then honourable member, if you refuse,
I apologize.
No,
I apologize.
Honourable Hadebe, no, even the postman like you on as a house. Honourable Hadebe, rules are made to guide us. It's the same oath that you took to be true to the Constitution. You are all called honourable members because you behave in a manner that honours being a sworn representative. Apologize to the House and Honourable Brautase and withdraw unconditionally.
I apologize. Unconditional.
Withdraw.
I withdraw.
You may continue. Honourable
Speaker.
Honourable, before they press your time. Honourable members, there are times that you can be joking and be heckling, but not when you are ruling on a matter, honestly, from both sides of the House. Continue, Honourable Member.
Thanks, Honourable Speaker. Madam Speaker, maningi amanye ama-inquest engicasafuneka enziwe. Safuneka yenziwe nale yaseMarikana. Ubulawa abantu ubuthaphuthaphu bebhekile bebula bephamisa izandla phezulu. The ANC must be told openly here and now that their 30 years of governance has completely embarrassed the legacy of Chief Luthuli. Impakamo ku-ANC ubusela kanye nobundlovu kayiphendulo ozokubona ngisho nala kule legislature esikuyona. Iningi impakamo akufani nomlando wenkosi uLuthuli. Namuhla nisembhedeni kamnandi nababulali benkosi uLuthuli kanye nommeli uMxenge somlomo thina njengomkhonto wesizwe phathi abukho ubucoko obudlula lokho enibenza kubantu base KZN. Umuzi kaMxenge namanje uyadilika la kaV ungawubona ukuthi uyini uphelile novashela kuphela uma sekuzovotwa kuyimani yobabona. The motion before us is just an embarrassment to the ANC government that we must celebrate the opening of inquest on the death of these two giants. Chief Luthuli is the founding commander of Umkhonto weSizwe Liberation Army, but the ANC government only opens up the inquest now. Benilindeni sonke lesikhathi. Seyidumele emasumpeni. Akube sekuzovotwa. Honourable Speaker, the history tells us that when the young ANC leaders that time, Tambo, Mandela, Anton Lembede, and Sulu approached Chief Luthuli for his blessings in establishing the Liberation Army of Black people. He never resisted, but said to them, "Kulungile bafana, awusungule umkhonto wesizwe." Sikhuluma ngomkhonto ogwaza amambuka. Honourable Speaker, it is not an extraordinary coincidence that the ANC across the country is looking for the truth on what really happened to Inkosi uLuthuli. The ANC is aware that its support base is completely eroded and are looking anything that is likely going to remind South Africans of those glorious days. Those days are gone, completely eroded and wiped off by arrogance and fraudulent behavior of the ANC leaders from their current leaders. Sikhuluma ngoPresident uCyril Ramaphosa, Honorable Usiboniso Duma, abangasenzeli lutho iKZN. Oma ankole generations labo. Nifuyile bonkunzimalanga, nifuye inkomo, nifuye amankola, amakhosi ethu awana inkomo, awana lutho. Inkomo zikunina bafuya ama-ankola bakhongolose. Madam Speaker, when it comes to Babu Griffiths Mxenge, it's even more embarrassing for the ANC who sponsored this motion. Why?
Honorable members, the next member for 6 minutes is the Honorable H.S. Liget of the DA.
Madam Speaker, I would like to begin with a simple but profound statement. Without truth, healing remains incomplete. On the 21st of July, 1967, Chief Albert Luthuli died under highly suspicious circumstances on a railway track in Groutville, allegedly struck by a train, and on the 19th of November 1981, Griffiths Mxenge was brutally murdered in Umlazi by an apartheid state-sanctioned death squad. The details of that crime remain too heinous to be repeating in this House. Chief Albert Luthuli and Griffiths Mxenge were men of immense integrity, leaders who dedicated their lives to building a South Africa with firm roots in freedom, fairness, and justice. Values that the Democratic Alliance believe are fundamental to the very existence of our constitutional democracy. Chief Albert Luthuli, born in 1898, became chief of the Mvoti Mission Reserve in 1935. He was a deeply principled man. Luthuli believed in the power of non-violent resistance. He led the Defiance campaign, giving voice to millions of oppressed South Africans. And in 1960, the world recognized his courage and moral clarity by awarding him the Nobel Peace Prize.
Thank you, Honorable Member. May you sit down? What? Who's the member? You can't just speak without showing your face. Kaloku veza ubuso, kuyasukunywa veza ubuso. Utsho ipoint osukuma ngayo. Usukuma ngayiphi ipoint, Honorable Mbatha? Guys, simzwe kanjani ke? Okay, simzwa kanjani? Simzwa kanjani? Honorable members, Honorable Shinga, how do I get to here? We could not even see whether Honorable Zuma PM, we could not even get to see so that we determine whether he's in the condition, because you members shouted and the members switched off the video. We could not see, honestly. Honorable Mbatha.
Speak, I'm here.
Honorable Mbatha, we were listening to you. What rule are you raising on? Switch on your video and speak to us. Switch the video. Honorable Mbatha. What rule? What rule?
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising.
Honorable Mbatha, because I don't even see your bottom, you don't look like you are. I don't see your bottom. You are not. I give. Honorable Mbatha. Honorable Mbatha.
I'm here, Speaker.
Honorable Mbatha.
Yes, Speaker.
Honorable Mbatha.
I'm here, Speaker.
You are not in terms of the rules. That's not business attire for this House. The bottom, you will not speak here. Sit down. The honorable members that made the shouting, We wanted to determine, ascertain whether he's just wearing a t-shirt and something else, probably bringing him closer to dignity. But because you, this side, knew that the member is delaying and bringing dignity of the House down in the presence of such important guests, so far, none of the members in this House have done what is being done today by the honorable member. Don't be tempted to disrespect the guests we have in the House. Honorable Leggett, continue with your debate, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, Griffiths Mxenge, born in 1935, was a fearless human rights lawyer. He defended political detainees and activists at great personal risk, often when others would not. It was through his persistence and international pressure that the apartheid state was forced to prosecute policemen implicated in the killing of Joseph Mduli, a prosecution that was unprecedented. The reality is that we still have a long way to go to honor the legacy of struggle heroes such as Griffiths Mxenge and Chief Albert Luthuli. True redress must result in equality of opportunity, but with more than 30 million citizens, over half the population, still living below the poverty line, can we say that we have righted the injustices of the past? The uncomfortable truth is this: political freedom has not yet translated into economic freedom for millions. To truly honor the sacrifices of leaders like Chief Albert Luthuli and Griffiths Mxenge, freedom cannot just be an idea, it must be lived, felt and actualized in opportunity. It must mean a mother can feed her children without choosing between rent and electricity, and it must mean a graduate who has a degree can find a job. As the DA, we have argued that the gap between rights and reality lies at the heart of South Africa's economic crisis. Our economic justice policy is clear. We must dismantle systemic barriers, broaden access to education and skills, stimulate inclusive growth, and restore dignity by empowering individuals to build their own pathways out of poverty. Our message is this: economic justice is freedom in practice, and it's the unfinished business of the struggle of true freedom that so many died for. Now, to turn to the role of these inquests, both Chief Albert Luthuli and Griffiths Mxenge were men who lived and died for the same values that underpin our democracy today: justice, freedom, equality, dignity, and yet their deaths remain shrouded in unanswered questions and unresolved grief. That is why these inquests are not just important and they offer respect to the individuals of the lives of these giants, but they're also an act of respect for their families. Because where there is light, injustice and evil can no longer hide. The inquests are also an opportunity for justice to speak across generations. We must never underestimate the generational trauma borne by families who have lived for decades with unanswered questions, with wounds left to fester. Chief Albert Luthuli's daughter waited decades for the opportunity to give testimony at her father's inquest. She made it clear that what she saw on the night of her father's death did not allow with the version of an accident given by the state. Such truths, long suppressed, now found their rightful place in the public record. And they have given Chief Albert Luthuli's daughter a voice, finally, at 93 years old, to speak her truth. History, though painful, must be confronted, because it's also our teacher. These proceedings challenge the propaganda of the apartheid regime. They force us to confront uncomfortable truths and to affirm the principles of public accountability. They tell our people, especially young South Africans, that freedom was never free. It was purchased with courage, sacrifice, blood, and that we have a huge responsibility to safeguard it. We cannot and must not ever allow any political party to erode the sanctity of our Constitution and to threaten our individual freedoms. And as the DA, I can assure you, we will continue to honor all our struggle heroes by fiercely defending the South Africa's constitutional democracy. Supporting these inquests is not simply about honoring Chief Albert Luthuli and Griffiths Mxenge. It's about defending the very values that continue to guide our democracy: truth, fairness, transparency, justice, and ethical leadership. These are also the values that the DA fight for every single day. May these inquests remind us of the unfinished business of our past, the dignity of the families who still seek closure, and the responsibility we build, or that we carry to build a South Africa that is founded on freedom, fairness, opportunity, and diversity. I would like to end with a quote by Chief Albert Luthuli. Learn from yesterday, live for today, hope for tomorrow. The important thing is never stop questioning. And I hope that today my debate has done just that. I thank you.
Thank you. The next member is the Honorable Iec&Ffc for 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to the Honorable Premier MEC, all honorable members of this House, families and relatives of both Luthuli and Mxenge. Ngiyabingelela. The Economic Freedom Fighters welcome the motion which called for the reopening of inquest into the death of Chief Albert Luthuli and human rights lawyer, Mr. Griffith Mxenge, and further calls for reinstatement of Luthuli as Inkosi of Umvota Reserve. This is a reaffirmation of the values of which both Luthuli and Mxenge stood for, which are human rights, justice, and equality, as enshrined in the South African Constitution. The reopening of inquest into the death represents not only a legal necessity but a moral and historical imperative. They are both part of the second generation of African resistance leaders in the 20th century, following the first generation of kings and chiefs who resisted colonial dispossession in the 19th century. Re-examining the circumstances of their death ensure that their sacrifices are not trivialized by the apartheid era cover-ups, but instead are restored within the broader narrative of South African liberation history. These inquests are integral to the pursuit of transitional justice, which emphasizes truth, accountability, and reconciliation as pillars of democratic consolidation. The reopening of these inquests provides not only judicial redress, but also contributes to national healing, allowing the families of victims and the nation at large to find closure. This is important as it is also exposes the falsehood and propaganda of the apartheid regime. The Economic Freedom Fighters recognize that despite apartheid being declared a crime against humanity, there has been no political will to prosecute perpetrators of state-sanctioned violence against activists of the victims of the various liberation movements. Apartheid was more than a system of races, but a system which stripped black people of their dignity, dehumanized indigenous African people through forced dispossession of land, wealth, livestock, and heritage. It is in this light that we further call for the reinstatement of Luthuli as the chief of Umvoti Reserve. Somlomo sengihlala phansi ngumhlali waseShalodale, just less than 5 meters away from that railway station okuthiwa uChief Albert Luthuli walimalela khona. Umhlonishwa wami oqeda ukuhlala phansi la ukuqinisekisile lokho. Ngiyafisa ngelinye ilanga abantu betshelwe iqiniso ngokwenzeka kuLuthuli ukuze nomndeni kaLuthuli uthole justice, ngoba nginenkolelo ukuthi uma ukuthi uChief Albert Luthuli walimalela lapha, fanele ngabe khona into eyenziwayo eyisikhumbuzo sakhe ezisingabahlali baseShalodale. Ayikho neyodwa into esike siyibone kulo yajantshi wesitimela. Thank you very much.
The next member is Honorable I.H. Manchero Bashiela for 5 minutes of the MK.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of this House, today as we speak of justice, of truth, and of reconciliation, let us not forget the unhealed wounds of our nation, the unhealed wounds of the family members of Mxenge and Chief Luthuli, and let us also not forget the unhealed wounds of Honorable Cele and Honorable Mazibuko. Honorable Cele's husband was shot, but before he was shot, the house was petrol bombed. Honorable Cele's brother-in-law and 5 children were shot.
They did not receive, their cases did not receive justice. And to Honorable Pele and Honorable Mazibuko, as well as many other members of this House who've had family members who were killed without any justice because of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which just granted amnesty instead of punishment, we say we will not rest until economic freedom and the struggles which their family members pursued is reached. Honorable Mazibuko's brother's body was never found, and so too have many fighters' bodies been just thrown into the fields or just dug found in a hole which was just dug by their killers. Those bodies, some of the bodies that were found after point-outs by the same perpetrators who killed them, and yet no justice were given to those families. The families of the victims of apartheid death squads carry scars that will never erase because justice was denied to them. Let us look at why justice was denied to them. There was a deal. There were many deals made in the pre-1994 era. Project Spiderweb was written about and it can be accessed on YouTube by Jeff Kurmanali. He talks of a secret fund controlled by the Ruperts and the Rothschilds to influence ANC decisions. So that the deal that was given, that was made at that time, was a soft option to form a TRC which will set killers free. Also, it guaranteed that the business interests of the white elite will be protected. The ANC promised to maintain the new liberal economic policies. The ANC agreed to protect mining industry. The IMF World Bank was protected. Land reform was put aside and no land was given, and white farmers were guaranteed that they would have their farm. Griffith Mthembe was stabbed 45 times, beaten with a hammer, and his throat slit. His broken body was discarded near a soccer field in Amlazi, as though he was not a human being, not a father, not a husband, not a patriot who fought for the freedom of our people. What more is there to know? What is there to know is that his killers confessed, and what were they given? Amnesty. So once you give an amnesty, what will an inquest do? They cannot be prosecuted again. It is a farce. 4 years later, his wife Victoria Mthenge, who carried forward his flame of struggle, herself was shot and hacked to death in front of her children at their home. Children who saw their mother's blood flow before their eyes. What did the Truth and Reconciliation Commission do? Again, amnesty. Dirk Coetzee, the very man who orchestrated the killing, walked away. How do you tell children who saw their mother hacked to death that her killers have been forgiven? How do you tell a family whose father was stabbed 45 times that his killers need not face prison? And then let us speak of Chief Albert Luthuli, Nobel Peace Prize winner, leader of our people, a man whose vision was rooted in the dignity of the African. In 1967, his death was called an accident, but the wounds of his body spoke otherwise. The pathological report would show that the cause of death was not the injuries that were recorded. The apartheid regime not only killed our leaders, our mothers, our fathers, they killed truth itself. They believed that lies could bury justice. The propaganda could erase evidence. The brutality could crush a people yearning for freedom. Chief Luthuli warned us, there can be no freedom without land. Today, we stand here in this house enjoying the trappings of democracy while our people in rural villages and townships remain landless. In 2025, the people of Ngobongo and Shayamoya and Shaka Scroll, just a stone's throw away from Luthuli's own home in Groutful, still fighting for land. 60 years later, the cry remains the same. No land, no freedom. The truth is bitter. The suffering inflicted by apartheid was not an accident. The next member for 4 minutes is the Honorable MEC CM Shinga of the NFP.
Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Premier, honorable members of the executive, honorable members. I begin the debate by congratulating the mover of the motion, Honorable Mavimbela, for setting the tone. Thank you so much, Dadewethu. Today, we debate a motion brought by the African National Congress. It is important to note that while this motion speaks to two great leaders closely associated with the ANC, Inkosi Albert Luthuli and Griffiths Mxenge, as the National Freedom Party, we recognize that these were not leaders for a single party, but leaders for the entire society. They were patriots of South Africa whose sacrifices, courage, and values transcend to political lines and belong to all our people. Inkosi Luthuli, a Nobel Peace Prize laureate, stood as a beacon of moral leadership in one of the darkest times in our history. Griffiths Mxenge, a fearless human rights lawyer, defended the voiceless at great personal cost. Their deaths left wounds, not just for the families, but for our nation. Honorable Speaker, when we debate this motion, we are not debating history alone. We are debating the soul of our democracy. The NFP stands for justice, truth, and accountability. We support this motion because justice delayed is justice denied. These inquests are vital to restoring dignity to the families who still live with unanswered questions. But, Honorable Speaker, justice cannot be selective. While we support inquests into the deaths of Luthuli and Mxenge, we must also insist that the same truth and justice be extended to countless other families, especially in KwaZulu-Natal, who still carry the scars of political violence. Many rural households in our province are still searching for answers about the loved ones who disappeared, who were killed, or who were silenced in the course of our struggle. As the National Freedom Party, we say clearly that true healing comes only when all victims are recognized. It cannot be a privilege reserved for a few, but a right for all. That is why the NFP believes that inquests such as this must form part of a broader, inclusive process of justice. But, Honorable Speaker, this debate must not remain about the past alone. Justice is not only about the dignity of the dead, it is also about the dignity of those who are living. Families who lost breadwinners to political violence remain trapped in cycles of poverty. Communities who carried the cost of injustice remain underserved by government services. Women in particular continue to bear the brunt of inequality and exclusion. The NFP insists that justice must be linked to social and economic transformation today. Honorable Speaker, we caution against reducing the motion to symbolism. We have seen many resolutions passed in the House only for them to gather dust. Therefore, we call on government to act decisively, to follow through, to conduct this inquest with agency, and to give the families the truth they have waited for too long. The NFP stands firmly where the people stand, on the side of justice and truth. We support this motion, but we challenge the House to go further, to broaden the scope, and to ensure that all victims of political violence receive justice they deserve. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The next member for 2 minutes is the Honorable H.S. Liget of the day.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the Honourable Mavimbela for bringing forth this motion, and a heartfelt welcome to the Mxenge and Luthuli family. And indeed, this House serves as a platform to continue the legacy of our struggle heroes. We must wear this responsibility not only proudly, but with laser-like intent. Firstly, Honourable Madondo and Honourable Hadebe, it was Helen Suzman of the Progressive Party, which was the predecessor party to the Democratic Alliance, not the National Party, who was the only member of parliament during the darkest days of apartheid, who challenged the National Party's oppressive laws. And she did this for 13 years and fearlessly spoke out against racial discrimination. Today's debate is supposed to be about truth and justice, but instead you chose to stand here and misrepresent the truth for a few moments of political mileage, and it is shameless. I'll tell you some truths, though. It's your party and leaders that insult the legacy of struggle heroes like Griffith Mthenge and Chief Albert Luthuli. The MK and its leaders have repeatedly undermined the democratic values and constitutional order that our country is built on, from incitement to violence, to reckless attacks on the judiciary, racism, and your desire to even dismantle our constitution. You are indeed the enemies of democratic accountability. And as the DA, as part of the GPU, we will continue to protect our province against your chaos and your anarchy. And this is in true honor of our struggle giants.
The next member for 4 minutes is the Honorable MEC S.A. Duma on behalf of the ANC.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Revolutionary greetings to the Luthuli and the Mxenge family in our midst. We've been visited by the former member of National, Comrade Zet Luzipo. Greetings to our Honorable Premier, Kasompis, and the collective of this august House. Do I qualify to debate in this gigantic and venomous debate? Probably not, but we only qualify because we are the offspring of the struggle. And unfortunately, those who are given a platform are not realizing the sequence and the currents of whom we are debating about. President Luthuli is a giant and a colossus who was able to dawn this earth, and the Nobel laureate was given a platform during the best years and the darkest years of the apartheid regime. And he was able just to understand that beyond what is currently happening, they are human beings, and he was selfless in character, which is why we stand in awe, even understanding the family. And in the same month, just understand the role that's been played by Nokanya Umapengu, who was the pivotal pillar in ensuring that the fire keeps on remaining burning. Mapengu was a teacher as well, and she just deserted her role in ensuring that she nurtures. I understand the majority who are here debating have to go and check and just Google what is currently happening. We are not talking about that when we're talking about the Mxenges of this world. As you've already heard that already the Mxenge, both members were jurists of note, understanding their role, what is termed today as the pro bono. They will just take cases without looking for any profit because they were not driven by that. They understood the material condition of that particular time and epochal. Unfortunately, we are told, Honorable Speaker, that when you go to the war zone, if you are a dwarf, you don't remain a giant in the war zone, you remain a dwarf, irrespective of what is currently happening. So this debate, others are masquerading as revolutionaries, yet we understand that their character portrait is what is the neoliberal character. In fact, Lenin will characterize them as those who are in infantile disorder, ukuzala okombungu, abantu abangasilutho ngomzabalazo, abantu abaclaim ukuthi kukhona abakwaziyo, abantu abafike nje bazothola ithuba, abantu abangaqedi ngisho iminyaka bacontribute kodwa namhlanje bane-audacity bacabanga ukuthi bazohliphiza konke okwenzekile. So sicabanga ukuthi kubalulekile, Honorable Speaker, that the general restorative is about that. For the record, yes, the families of the Mxenges remain selfless, and we want to thank them. They've donated back that house of the Mxenge to the family, to the ANC, to make it a museum. Yes, it's not in a closed stage, but it's still something that must be done. Another reality that we are taking from this debate, Honorable Mavimbela, we are glad that we've presented this debate. In nature, we must proceed because we are creating a history overarching with imbalances and dimensions that must be addressed. Unfortunately, we are restored by the issue of fiscus, but we, duty bound, just imagine Magistrate C.I. Boswell, who just declared that, yes, he was hit by the train. Someone who's able to read a Bible, President Luthuli, with such small font, yet you are saying that he has been hit by the train. It was just a pure lie. And just imagine that jurisprudence of that time. It's something that must be exposed. So as the scholars of the yesteryear, so as the scholars of the future must understand what we are trying to build. We are building a state. We are trying by a block of means to ensure that we embrace almost everyone, even those who are still blindfolded by the eminent farce and facade of truth. At some point in time, we'll realize as to why we have to broach such debates so that in the future they are not going to suffer. Their blood was equal to the task. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. The next member for 8 minutes is Honorable SM Teta of MK.
Honorable Speaker, my party leader, Honorable Chief Whip, honorable members on my left, Masocha Msholozi, Mbele Namazugul Baga, Chief Albert, Nomdeni Griffith Mqenge. Greeting to the GPU on my right. Honorable Speaker, for just his card, I will not entertain any question today. I'm well aware of Rule 60. Honorable Speaker, to debate this motion, we need to understand a few things. I hope Honorable Mavingbela will listen, understand, respond, and then also just Amoshi EMK. Because it's been on the last debate, for instance, Honorable just said, Dr. Mteta says, something I've never said. But when they are not listening, just eager to respond, then they find themselves saying such things. Private sector, yet they are not violating the Constitution or Health Act or Immigrant Act for that matter. Yet you can never be treated in a private sector without a clear health plan. So if they continue to not listen, they'll never understand what we are saying and then start saying we don't know what is going on. This debate needs to be, debating this motion needs us to understand the context in which this motion is brought before this House. We need to understand.
Honorable Dr. Mthetwa.
Yes.
Let's have Honorable Kik. I hope he's not coming on terms of Rule 60. Honorable Dr. Kika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would appreciate a ruling on the following matter regarding Rule 78(1).
Which matter is? I'm listening.
Madam Speaker, in anticipating questions, the Honourable Member at the podium suggested that nobody must ask him questions if they may arise. And that is anticipating a matter. So yeah. I'm not sure if that is actually something that I can raise, but I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Honourable, I think the role of anticipation is closer to that, but far in terms of the lineage, blood lineage. You may not anticipate what is going to be discussed, and the member, I believed that what he was referring to MEC and Honourable Mavimbela was more on him debating or making a point that belonged to another debate, but it is a point that it is allowed. It's not anticipating the rules in terms of the report or anything else that will be presented here. So I agree, but you may continue, Honourable Dogotela.
Honourable Speaker, I'm saying ngikhuza khona lokho ukuthi ke akalalela akafuni nokulalela usefuna ukuphawula ezinye izinto. But asiqhubeke, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Imake. Okay, honourable members. A member has a right to rise on a point of order, all members. But it doesn't require you to do that, and you can't censor. Withdraw that, sir, please.
I withdraw, Speaker.
Thank you. You may continue, members.
All right. Today, as we debate this motion, I rise to remind this House of something fundamental. We may differ forcefully in ideology, policy, and other directions of our democratic state. But on one thing we must never differ, on the matter of our fallen freedom fighters, of those who were tortured, murdered, and silenced by the crucial apartheid regime. We are one. We can never stand with the oppressors, not on this, not on the deaths of Chief Albert Luthuli, Griffith Mxenge, and countless other heroes who died for our freedom. Their blood did not water our democracy so that decades later we remain divided on whether or not we should demand justice. On this, honorable members, we must be united. The truth must be told, and the perpetrators of injustice must be brought into books. The instructors who gave orders and the agents who carried out the orders must be named, shamed, and brought into account. It is important for us to understand the context of this motion, and if we do not understand the context, we will continue to misinterpret strategic or valid points that were made by our heroes. The Freedom Charter clearly states that South Africa belongs to everyone who lives in it. If you understand that and read it without context, you will not understand that it was brought into context by the time when that statement was written. It was the time when black South Africans were excluded to live freely in the South Africa. So when we said South Africa belongs to everyone who lives in it, we meant every South African citizen. We did not mean visitors, we did not mean illegal immigrants. But if we do not read to understand things into context, we will continue to misunderstand this. The process of any unnatural death means a doctor will perform an autopsy or a postmortem, and they will write a report, and the inquest will be sent to the legal side of it, and then prosecution will occur once investigations has gone through. In the case of Chief Albert Luthuli, an inquest, a postmortem was done, and an inquest was done initially, and new evidence emerged. And as a result, in April, the case was reopened. It will be concluded in October this year. So there is no reason for this House to be debating this motion except for political gain. That process cannot be stopped. It is already ongoing in the courts. It will be concluded in October. So we have other things that we can debate in this motion, but we chose in context to bring it up here so that we can regain our vote ngokuzenza ngathi kena sikhumbuza abantu sibanikeza igift yokuthi i-ANC eyasinikeza freedom. So we should continue voting for ANC. If ANC is losing our vote, ANC needs to look deep into say, why are we losing our vote? If they don't understand why they are losing our vote, they will continue to lose our vote. I like we learn with medicine, you must have a differential diagnosis. Just as when you are sure of a diagnosis, ask yourself, could I be wrong? The ANC is just sure that they are losing vote, and they are just sure that if they play this card, they will regain vote. But the question is, are you really sure? We have now the unemployment rate just went sky high to 38.5%. Corruption within the public servant is just been exposed now. The high rate of substance abuse in our kids, unemployment of social workers, unemployed allied health workers. We still remain with no land. We still remain Nabomaspala which are non-functional. Those are the reasons we are losing votes. And those are the reasons we as MK say ANC is not living up to what Chief Albert Luthuli died for. If we really want to continue their legacy, we should revisit what Chris Hani said. Chris Hani, before his own assassination, warned against, and he said, we must never settle for reconciliation at the expense of justice. Forgiveness requires confession, and the apartheid regime has not confessed to anything. Hani understood what many in this House pretend to forget, that reconciliation without truth is surrender, and forgiveness without accountability is defeat. The apartheid killers never told us what really happened to Chief Luthuli. They never confessed the full story behind the hacking to death of Griffith Mxenge. The Kraddock 4 in 1985, Matthew Goniwe, Sparrow Mkhonto, and Fort Kalata and Sicelo Mhlauli, slaughtered by apartheid security forces. Their case was never properly resolved. The killers walk free. there's a lot of our heroes who died and their cases remain named as suicide. Those are the inquests that we should be reopening, and we should see justice being delivered. Steve Biko, the giant of the Black consciousness movement, beaten to death in detention in 1977. The apartheid inquest claimed no one was responsible, no foul play. Honorable Speaker, that was not only a lie, it was an insult to the people of South Africa. They even talk of reinstating Chief Albert as Inkosi, but let us be honest. What is the point when there is no land for his people? Chief Luthuli fought for dignity, sovereignty, and freedom rooted in the land. Yet ANC has presided over the continued landlessness, hunger, and poverty. To invoke his name now while betraying his cause in practice is an insult to his memory. This ANC government are busy evicting people from their land, burning their homes, destroying their belongings, as they have done in Makebula, in Guaduguza, not far from the home of Chief Albert Luthuli. So why now? The answer is simple. This is not about the truth. It is about politics. It is about image. It is about voters. The ANC is trying to present itself as the custodian of justice, when in truth it is squandering that responsibility decades ago. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We are now going to call upon the Honorable Dr. ACBL of the AFP. Ndiyacela niye kuyivula kakhulu ngefonte enkulu ndibone i-laptop zenu.
Ayincane, Madam Speaker. Now we've just received a medical debate. Let me now offer a political debate so that at least we close on a proper political note, unless we want to be accused of being a house of medical officers. Honorable Premier, Honorable Leader of Government Business, Honorable MECs, Honorable Members of the NCOP, the Mxenge and the Luthuli families, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Members. This debate calls for a profound measure of maturity from all of us. It requires that we rise above the temptation of partisanship and confront the truth. Whether it is convenient or not is something else. We need not share the same political tradition in order to agree on matters of justice. And we do not need to agree on everything in order to stand together when principle demands it. The IFP supports this motion because justice is not a partisan project. It is the moral foundation of any democracy. The inquest into the deaths of Inkosi Albert Luthuli and the Griffiths family are not about political theater, as some in the opposition benches would have us believe, where disagreements seem to be their default settings, even on matters that should unite us as leaders of conscience. This process is about restoring dignity and ensuring that our history is not written in distortion or silence. Inkosi Luthuli was a towering figure whose moral vision gave hope to a people crushed by apartheid. The quotation cited earlier on by the Honorable Mavimbela, originally authored by Inkosi Luthuli, that the road to freedom is via the cross, actually reminds us that the struggle for justice demanded immense sacrifice. Griffiths Mxenge, through his fearless defense of the voiceless, embodied that sacrifice as debated earlier on by the Honorable Kaula. To revisit the truth about their deaths is not symbolic theater. It's a solemn duty of accountability. Honorable members, it has been said here today that such motions are acts of manipulation raised too late for electoral convenience. It is right that we must remain vigilant about how history is used. But we must also be vigilant not to dismiss every act of justice as mere theater. If we do so, we betray the very legacies we claim to defend. These inquests are not ends in themselves. They are reminders of unfinished business in our democracy, including service delivery, including social justice, and including economic transformation. The IFP has always believed that the truth is the foundation of reconciliation. Prince Buthelezi was not only close to Inkosi Luthuli, but was a leader who valued truth above expediency. History records that letters written by Prince Buthelezi were delivered through the Honorable Albert Mngwang to leaders of the liberation movement, including the Griffiths family. Prince Buthelezi pursued peace and reconciliation until the very end of his life, insisting that nation building cannot be sustained on selective memory. It's also true, as Honorable Kaula observed, that many IFP leaders lost their lives under circumstances that remain unresolved. This makes the inquest before us not the project of the ANC, nor even the state alone, but a deeply human responsibility that belongs to all of us as South Africans. The IFP therefore supports this motion not to score political points, not to settle scores, but to affirm that the lives of Inkosi Luthuli and Mxenge still speak to us today. They remind us that leadership must be rooted in sacrifice, in service, and in integrity. They challenge us across party lines to rise above expediency and pursue justice with courage. And let me address directly the point made by our colleagues in the opposition benches. They say this inquest is delayed, and therefore it is not sincere. But what they have conveniently forgotten is that the president of their own party, former President Zuma, was also the president of the ANC for nearly a decade. If there was a delay, it falls squarely and equally under his leadership. When they selectively praise him for what they consider his achievements, they must also be willing to direct the same blame and energy for what he neglected. Truth, honorable members, cannot be divided according to convenience. As I draw towards the end, honorable Speaker, today people are talking about theater. And it is perhaps no surprise, honorable Speaker, that MK party members do dismiss this motion as theater. After all, one of their members right now is attending this debate in bed, in pajamas, in broad daylight, a clear act of theater. As we close, honorable Speaker, we support this motion because it seeks to clarify and serve justice, not for the ANC alone, but for all South Africans. Thank you.
Honorable members, Honorable members, we have come to the end of the debate. Now you've had your chance, honorable members. Now it's the chance for the honorable mover of the motion to come and respond to your debate. I call upon Honorable HGS Mavimbela for 5 minutes to respond to the debate. Mkhona.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And I also want to thank all the members who have participated on this motion. Unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, I will be not responding to each and every member who have participated because families are also listening. As much as we are owning these leaders who have led and died for us to be called honorable members, some of us who do not even qualify to be honorable members, listening to what they are saying in this house. But I will focus my response on those honorable members who have read and understood what this motion is all about, because I was requesting honorable members to be in support of this motion and us as the honorable members of this house to be fully supporting and also be united, as some of honorable members were saying, that we can be divided, but we cannot be divided when we are dealing with issues that are talking to our leaders who have died and fight the fearless fight for us to be in this house, because they've never been in this house, but us, we are reaping the fruits of what they have did for us. Honorable Chair, Honorable Madondo, I was so disappointed when you were debating because we were saying we have delayed these processes. These processes need leadership. Remember, your so-called leadership, your so-called president, who have led this province as the chairperson, never did a thing in terms of making sure that these inquests take place, not only for Ubaba Mxenge Nobaba Luthuli and other leaders that have fight for us to be here today. And he was also been given an opportunity to be a state president. What did he do? That's why you are saying what you are saying. I was also listening to Dogotela
Unfortunately, you want to teach a teacher. I am a proud educator. So you cannot try to educate a teacher, because as much as you are a doctor, for you to qualify as being a doctor, you need me to stand before you to qualify as a doctor. So I am a proud teacher. So don't try to educate me. Thank you, Honorable Kaula, for making this house remember and understand where do we come from. And you emphasize on the points that I was making in alluding to the fact that ubaba uMxeke wayengenandaba nokuthi uzothola inkokhelo, wayenendaba nabacindezelwe ukuze namhlanje sibe kulendlu esikuyona. Kuyasithobisa lokho kakhulu. Ngiyabonga kakhulu udadewethu Madlopho ngoba uthinte udaba olubalulekile ukuthi we are in the Women's Month, and all the men that are in this house, they know ukuthi behind any successful man there is a clever woman. So that's why ubaba uLuthuli, umama wethu esimthandayo uMabhengu, decided ukushiya iprofession yakhe ukuze eyonikeza umndeni isithunzi necomfort, while ubaba uLuthuli was busy fighting for us to be in this house. So ke siyakubonga lokhu ukukhumbula ukuthi lamaqhawe ayengeke abangamaqhawe kube kwangekho amaqhawekazi ayekhona emva kwabo. Hey baba uHadebe uyangidabukisa, and ke mawumila usazofuna ukuthi siqhubeke nobandlululo. Lama leaders esikhuluma ngawo namhlanje are the leaders that found their home in the African National Congress. The African National Congress that do not discriminate in terms of race, color, or creed. So that's why we are having this kind of a government that you are having today. So we cannot be told whom to work with, because the Freedom Charter is clear and the Constitution is clear in what is saying, of which all of us, we are bound to listen to the supreme law of our country, which is the Constitution. We cannot be divided in terms of race as you want us to be divided according to race. Honorable Lijet, thank you very much, my dearest sister. I think you were giving the political education today in this house in terms of understanding our history. And I think some classes like this must continue where our people will know what the truth is, because we need to separate the truth from the myth, because we cannot stand here and tell our people the myth when the truth is known. Thank you very much, Honorable Nkosi, because you supported this motion and you understand what this motion stands for, and it shows the maturity and leadership. Honorable Pasiera, I'm so unfortunate, my dear sister. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Now, Manini Pela. Thank you, honorable members. Now we move to the report by the MEC for Finance on the tabling of the fourth quarter consolidated statement of municipalities budget in line with section 717 of the MFMA.
Diabulela Somlom Mama. Honorable Premier, Mr. Tamsan Ntuli, Leader of Government Business, Mtombeni, members of the Provincial Executive Council, and also to the honorable members of the Legislature, to the chairperson of the KwaZulu-Natal House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders, Nkosi Shinga, and all of the guests in the gallery. Madam Speaker, it's my privilege to present the fourth quarter review of the consolidated municipal budget performance for the 24-25 financial year. This report, compiled by the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Treasury, provides a comprehensive overview of the financial health, challenges, and progress of our municipalities as we strive for accountability, transparent, and effective local governance. The review covers the financial performance of all municipalities in the province of KwaZulu-Natal as at the end of June 2025. It reflects not only the numbers, but the lived realities of our communities, where service delivery, infrastructure, and financial discipline intersect. The report is based on data submitted by municipalities, including annual financial statements, budgets, in-year monitoring reports, as required by the MFMA, the Municipal Finance Management Act. Let me emphasize, Madam Speaker, while Provincial Treasury provides oversight and support, the primary responsibility for financial health rests with each municipality's leadership. Our role as Treasury is purely to guide, support, and intervene where necessary. But ultimately, accountability must be carried by the political and administrative leadership at a local level. Revenue performance. KwaZulu-Natal municipalities generated operating revenue of 99.3 billion rand, achieving 98.6% of the adjusted budgets. This is a commendable performance, but it still leaves a shortfall of 1.4 billion rand. The eThekwini Metro remains the largest contributor, accounting for over 57% of the provincial municipal revenue, followed by Mgungundlovu and King Cetshwayo districts. However, some districts, namely Mkanyakude, Harry Gwala, and Imzunyati, contribute less than 2% each, reflecting both their smaller economic bases and the need for targeted support to boost local revenue generation. Electricity service charges remain the largest single source of revenue, followed by operational grants and subsidies. This underscores the importance of reliable service delivery and prudent grant management. Expenditure performance. On the expenditure side, Madam Speaker, municipalities spent 91.2 billion or 90.2% of the adjusted budgets, resulting in an under-expenditure of 9.9 billion rand. While under-expenditure can sometimes reflect savings, in our context, it often signals delays in service delivery, procurement challenges, and/or capacity constraints. The eThekwini Metro again leads in expenditure, followed by Mgungundlovu and King Cetshwayo. Notably, some municipalities, as Umsinga, Utukela, Harry Gwala, and Ubuhlebezwe, reported the lowest expenditure rates, often due to delayed invoice, system errors, or cost containment measures. Employee-related costs and bulk electricity purchases are the largest expenditure item, highlighting the need for ongoing efficiency and cost control. Capital revenue and expenditure. Municipalities generated 11.7 billion in capital revenue, or 74% of their adjusted budgets, but spent only 12.4 billion, resulting in a capital revenue shortfall of 4.1 billion. The bulk of capital spending was on water and waste management, which is critical for sustainable development at local government. However, delays in supply chain management processes and inaccurate reporting remains persistent challenges. Some municipalities, such as Umzinduzi and Umgeni, reported particularly low capital revenue due to system errors and grant underspending. Debtors and creditors. The total debt owed to municipalities at year end was 67.1 billion rand, with a staggering 84% of this debt outstanding for more than 90 days. Household accounts for the majority of this debt, followed by commercial entities and organs of state. This situation threatens municipal cash flows and service delivery. On the creditor side, municipalities owed 9.3 billion rand, with over half of this amount outstanding for more than 90 days. Bulk electricity and water suppliers are the largest creditors, and several municipalities remain non-compliant with payment arrangements, particularly to Eskom and water boards. This is a serious risk to both service continuity and municipal financial viability. Conditional grants. KwaZulu-Natal municipalities received 9.6 billion rand in conditional grants, but only spent 73.8% of direct allocations. Under expenditure on grants, especially in the municipal infrastructure grant, or MIG funding as we call it, is a concern as it delays much needed infrastructure projects. System errors and reporting challenges have distorted some figures, but the underlying issue remains: we must improve grant management and project implementation. Municipalities in financial distress. Honourable Speaker, the early warnings has flagged that 20 municipalities are in serious financial distress. These municipalities face challenges such as persistent operating deficits, overdue creditors, negative cash flow positions, and adverse audit opinions. Some are under intervention in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution, while others receive support under Section 154. The Provincial Treasury, in partnership with Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and National Treasury, has deployed technical advisors and implemented a combined municipal support plan. These include audit support, financial management training, revenue enhancement, and debt relief initiatives. But let me be clear, Madam Speaker, support can only succeed where there is local commitment and leadership. Non-compliance and reporting. 3 municipalities, Mkhanyakude, Msinga, and Nkosi Matuba, failed to submit financial data, the required financial data on time. This non-compliance undermines transparency and accountability, and letters of non-compliance have been issued. We urge all municipalities to strengthen their financial management and reporting systems. Support initiatives and progress. The Provincial Treasury Combined Municipal Support Plan for 25-26 is now well underway. It includes technical support for annual financial statements, cash management, revenue and debt management, supply chain management, and infrastructure asset management. The plan is monitored quarterly and progress is reported to the Operational Clean Audit Committee. National Treasury Instruction. On the 28th of August 2024, the Minister of Finance requested KwaZulu-Natal Treasury to facilitate a process wherein municipalities within the province must develop, revise, and approve the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. We now refer to this as UIFWE. And to prevent and reduce, and to put together a prevention and reduction strategy. National Treasury has been made aware of the process undertaken by Provincial Treasury to engage the top 10 highest contributing delegated municipalities within KwaZulu-Natal. The National Treasury has also developed a web-enabled Munich e-monitor system, which is aimed at improving the efficiency of monitoring MFMA compliance by municipalities and by municipal entities. One of these areas that is monitored through the system is how municipalities are addressing the UIFWE in year. Concerns have been raised by National Treasury about the inconsistency in reporting, as well as the lack of reporting on the Muni e-monitor system by municipalities, by certain municipalities in the province. Nevertheless, officials from National Treasury have undertaken an analysis of the top highest UIFWE contributing delegated municipalities, and these exclude the non-delegated municipalities based on their submissions received through the monitoring system for the quarters ending 30th of December 24 and 31st of March 2025, this as at the end of the 4th of June 2025. The analysis of the monitoring submissions shows that for the quarter ending 30th of December 2024, 5 of the top 10 delegated municipalities reported to have detected over 59 million rand in UIFWE during the quarter ending 30th of September 2024. For the quarter ending 31 March 2025, the 6 of the top 10 delegated municipalities has detected 73 million rand. Whilst this shows that municipalities are now proactively detecting UIFWE, it also indicates that there are no preventative controls or the preventative controls implemented are ineffective. The failure to prevent the incurrence of UIFWE is contrary to the requirements of Section 62 and 78 of the FMA, which requires both the accounting officer, senior managers, and other officials of the municipality to put measures in place to prevent the municipalities from incurring UIFWE. Provincial Treasury has provided technical guidance and support to those municipalities in implementing their SCM policies, and standard operating procedures are also conducted. Inductions are conducted and training for newly appointed disciplinary boards. The analysis further indicates that many of the municipalities have failed to process both the amounts identified in year as well as the historical balances, thus failing to comply with Section 32 of the MFMA, which outlines processes which must be undertaken once UIFWE is detected or is identified. This persistent non-compliance with the FMA cannot continue unabated. In terms of Section 51C of the MFMA, the National Treasury must enforce compliance with the measures established in terms of Section 216(1) of the Constitution, including those established in terms of the MFMA. In terms of Section 38 of the FMA, the National Treasury may stop the transfer of funds which are due to a municipality if that municipality commits a serious or persistent breach of the measures established in terms of Section 216(1) of the Constitution. It is therefore the intention of the Minister of Finance to invoke Section 2162 of the Constitution against those municipalities who have persistently failed to comply with Sections 32, 62, and 78 of the FMMA by the 31st of August 2025. KwaZulu-Natal Treasury will proactively monitor and support municipalities to address these challenges hampering the conclusions to the matters. And Treasury will use the 24-25 unaudited annual financial statements to assess progress made in reducing the UIFWE. The Provincial Treasury will have to report to the National Minister by the 15th of September the process and the undertaking as at the end of August. This report will include recommendations of names of municipalities against whom Section 2162 of the Constitution must be invoked. The above-mentioned recommendation will be supported by the necessary motivations. In identifying the municipalities, the assessment will take into account where there has been any influence or incurrence of UIFWE during the 24-25 financial year, and whether the total balances have increased or remained stagnant, including whether any matter has been investigated and concluded in line with Chapter 15 of the MFMA, read with the municipal regulations on financial misconduct procedures and criminal proceedings. In conclusion, Honourable Members, Madam Speaker, the financial health of our municipalities is a mirror of our collective commitment to service delivery, good governance, and the well-being of our people. While there are areas of progress, significant challenges remain, especially in the revenue collection area, in the expenditure management, and the resolution of long-standing debts. Madam Speaker, I call on all municipal leaders, mayors, councillors, officials, to redouble their efforts. Let's work together to strengthen financial discipline, improve service delivery, and build resilient, sustainable municipalities for the people of KwaZulu-Natal. Treasury continues to play its role in this particular regard, and any assistance that is needed and is welcomed into the municipality will be given by both the Treasury team and that of the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs team. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. I receive as Madam Speaker.
Oh, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Honorable MEC, I can see, oh, Makubane is happy now. Don't make a mistake and call me Madam there on the streets of Newcastle. You'll find your match. Let's then move to the next item, which is 8.3. The report by the Honorable MEC for Agriculture and Rural Development.
Iyakhathaza conference balelo shembe.
Is the MEC maybe connected virtually?
Yes, I'm connected. I can.
Yes, Honorable MEC, let's see your beautiful face.
I'm connected.
Yes, let's see. Yeah, you are connected, yes? Yes. Wanted to see your beautiful face. Thank you, Honorable MEC. You can proceed.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, Honorable members of the legislature, the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development appreciates the opportunity to table the first quarter report of its 2025-26 annual performance plan. The APP provides details of our program performing measures that bind as commitment of delivery to the KwaZulu-Natal communities. The primary mandate of the department's existence is to ensure there is food security, there is food support, farm and agricultural sector development, and integrated rural development. Before proceeding to table the performance report to the honorable members, I wish to inform the House that the department has successfully reclaimed its clean audit outcome. This is now a third clean audit for the department. We commit to maintain and improve control environment in the department to ensure there is continuous sound governance of the institution, and we can provide accountability for our work. The department also achieved 93% APP targets. These accomplishments are also pointing to closer relationship between budget expenditure and service delivery achievement. Then let's look at the quarter one performance overview. The department has 3 budget programs, namely Program 1, which is administration. Here we speak of corporate services and financial management. Then Program 2 is agricultural development services. Program 3 is rural development. When we go to Program 1, which is administration, Program 1 provides corporate services and financial management to ensure effective and efficient support and governance of the organization. The main purpose of this program is to render support to the line function components to fulfill the department's service delivery mandate. The output under this program are critical towards the attainment of institutional excellence and good governance. Most performance measures for Program 1 are compliance inclined and inward looking, with particular focus on institutional efficiency. Some of the critical areas are measured include human resource administration and development, employee relations, legal service, intergovernmental relations, business support services, and financial management. Human resource achieved 100% of their planned target for quarter one. The financial management achieved 83%
and collectively Program 1 achieved 92% overall achievement. The department achieved 100% compliance with Department of Public Service and Administration requirements of the following human resource management areas: skills development intervention implemented, SMS members complying with financial disclosure submission, and employees signed performance agreement submitted within the prescribed time frame. When you go to Program 2, which is agricultural development services, sustainable resource use management. The sustainable resource use management sub-program include the agricultural engineering services and land care sub-programs, as well as land use management and disaster risk reduction. Also affecting the land care sub-program is the EPWP integrated grant for provinces. This sub-program achieved 5 out of 6 targets for this quarter, therefore earning 87%. We initially had a social conflict challenge with some of our EPWP projects where we clear land for land care purposes. This led to the underachievement of the target, but the department has successfully mediated the conflict and now the project is back on track. This underscores the importance of ensuring that projects are properly managed and all social stakeholders are brought on board to minimize conflict. Let's go to agricultural producer support and development. The agricultural producer support and development sub-program houses the main farmer support program in the department. These include conditional grant, funding for extension services, as well as the fencing and irrigation scheme program and food security interventions at household subsistence and smallholder level. This sub-program achieved 100% of their 12 planned target for this quarter. This demonstrates the department's commitment to provide optimal support to farmers and ensure continued growth in the agricultural sector. Overachieving on support to subsistence and smallholder farmers also indicates accelerated effort of fighting poverty, especially in poor households and communities. We also have the veterinary services. Then the veterinary services achieved 5 indicators against their planned 7 target. 2 targets that were not achieved were number of animals vaccinated against rabies and number of inspections conducted on facilities producing meat. The outbreak and intensification of foot and mouth disease prompted the department to divert some of its vet officials from their normal station to work on controlling the spread of FMD in the province. Then the vet team will ensure that they reach the 2 and achieve the target. Whilst the department is engaged on intensive campaign to stimulate awareness of the animal diseases, vet management has been directed to ensure that there is a balance between fighting the FMD but ensuring that the rest of the veterinary activities are not neglected, as that might trigger non-compliance issues. Then when we go to agricultural research and technology development and agricultural institutes, the objective of the ARDTI program is to provide experts and needs-based agricultural research, development and technology transfer affecting development objectives and natural resource management. The aim of the program will be realized through consistent investment in knowledge acquisition and dissemination of the information on research and technology development to clients, peers, and scientific communities. The department has 6 research stations that serve as the base of primary agricultural research. Through the research infrastructure support, the department will ensure the management and maintenance of research infrastructure facilities for the line function to perform research and technology transfer function and experimental farms. The research and technology development and structural agricultural training programs have achieved 100% on their planned target in this quarter. Most of the program indicators here are reported on at the end of the year. Go to Agriculture Economics Services Program. The purpose of this program is to provide timely and relevant agricultural economic services to enable equitable participation in the economy. These include collecting and processing economic and and statistical information on the performance of the agricultural sector to inform planning and decision making. Furthermore, this sub-program facilitates agro-processing initiative to ensure participation in the value chain. In this quarter, the sub-program, because of postponement of some of its trainings and workshops, these workshops have been rescheduled and the program will be able to achieve their annual target. Program 3, Rural Development. Program 3 is made up of the following sub-programs. Sub-program 3.1, Rural Development Coordination. The purpose of the Rural Development Program is to ensure continuous improvement of sustainable rural livelihood through the coordination of integrated rural development services and facilitation of rural enterprise and industry development. The branch also has RASET amongst its key programs to assist connect farmers to markets to ensure their produce earns them income. The Rural Development Coordination Subcommittee aims to ensure that effective rural development coordination, monitoring, and evaluation structure are established across all three spheres of government. The program spearheads several new initiatives, such as recruiting unemployed agricultural graduates in KZN, mentorship of farmers, and social facilitation. In quarter 1, program 3 achieved 100% of their target. Overall, the department achieved 87% against the planned target for quarter 1. Summary of the overview of the department performance is presented below, but program 1 total we achieved 100%. Program 2 we achieved 83%. Program 2 overall performance is 85%. Program 3 rural development, which is also a subcommittee, achieved 100%. And program 3 overall performance 100%. And department's overall performance colleague is 87%. Therefore, I table the above quarter 1 report, and I wish that the honorable members note the report. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Thank you, Honorable MEC, and thanks, honorable members, for your time. We have come to the end of our program for today, and our meeting or session is adjourned. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
you.